on, give me just a second. Pause this for one. And then you don't want to have that chat. I need to have that chat, y'all. Do I trust that chat, though? Sometimes that chat's whack, yo. Sometimes that chat's whack. It be whack. It do be whack sometimes. Wow. Really? A new terms of service for DLive. That's interesting. Or at least ping type of thing. That's new. I feel like I should be like come a DLive content creator too. Like again, like you know, like give updates, consistent updates on like what's happening in DLive. This page will load for me. I'm gonna need one of these streaming pages to load when we get started. Yeah, I got a little distracted at the beginning of the stream today. Trying to, I was like, what was my last approach to this? I was giving like an analysis on this. I know I was doing that. So like, what was I saying? And I just wanted to remember it myself. So I didn't go back and like listen to myself or look at my notes. I just like wanted to remember. And I finally remember. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah. Pause that. Oh, actually, maybe yeah. Pause it. I should pause it. I don't know that I should pause it. I'm not leaving it open. All right, cool. Let's start this as like an intro. I want to do today. Here, I'm gonna go over here and talk to you guys for a second. I need some lights. Is that enough light? Not really. Gray shirts and not working with this is like banging my existence. Do I just have to stay this far away? I guess. It might work if I'm this far away. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Yeah, today I want to talk about drip. I want to talk about drip in the animal farm. Quick little analysis. Then we're gonna watch some videos. Stacked up a bunch of videos that I wanted to watch for like educational reasons or like just getting a feel for the market. So we're gonna be watching those together. What's up? It's your boy Smurf. Saying hello to you guys before I make the actual recording. So somebody's watching right now. What's up? It's gonna be kind of a chill stream. I'm gonna do it all live. That's the kind of I like to do a lot of things where I try to do as much work as possible live. I don't know. For me, it's like it's a documenting that we actually putting in the effort and stuff, and also trying to do it in a way that is chill and then makes content and is trying to incorporate community. All that good dandy. It's really a document, and it'll be cool to go back and look at later. Cool. So let's start the recording. All right, what's up, folks? It's your boy Smurf here with Money Match Gaming, and today we're talking about the animal farm and the drip token, so the drip network, I guess I should say, and why I am bullish on both of these tokens recently. So obviously the market is in a downtrend. Everything's really bearish, including for a long time the pigs token AFP. That was bearish for a long time too. But about a month ago, I think it was around like July or June 20th or something like that, I made a video that said this will make you bullish. I'm gonna go to that screen now. So I made this video. Said this will make you bullish on pigs. And actually, I kind of wanted to tune into that video. Let me make sure I got my sound and stuff like that good for you guys. Cool. I wanted to go into that video real quick. Let's see what I said about this. This Bollinger Band finally. And I don't know. And then also when I look at this curve, can I move it this way? When I look at this curve, I feel like this curve is starting to slow down. It's finally starting to not only are the candles getting smaller, and so that's what we're seeing with this smaller percentage, but I feel like I guess that's just a visual representation of it, but it's just slowly diminishing and starting to balance out. We're starting to kind of find a bottom here, I think, for the PIX token. So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm expecting for the PIX token. That's why I'm bullish on it, is because if we're earning 3% a day from our locks on the PIX token, and this is the important part. This is the important part from this video. And this is what I alluded to about a month ago, and then this really started to happen. So listen to this. And in certain situations, I started with, if we're earning 3% per day from our locked assets, or they could be unlocked in the pig pen, but you're earning 3% per day on what you put in there, which is pretty dang ridiculous. So you have these time lock bonuses, and toward the end of your time lock bonus, you start to get more and more of that bonus. Then, and you've been able to, because very few days that we only have like 2 or 3. Was this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? If you could stomach 1 week of losses that were a little bit more than the 3%, so 1 week of losses that were more than the 3% drop, then you're starting to go gold. And I want to say right here, look at this. They're like AFP is dropping, so it's like it's showing that it's dropping right here the day that I'm doing this on Dex Tools, and we can see it's the 22nd of June for the animal farm. And like while I'm looking at this, it's just dropped down to 1.7%. It's now outperforming. It'll be outperforming drip at that type of level, and it's balancing. But yeah, I think it's starting to find that bottom. Let me play that again for the animal farm. And like while I'm looking at this, it's just dropped down to 1.7%. It's now outperforming. It'll be outperforming drip at that type of level, and it's balancing. But yeah, so basically what I'm trying to get to in this video is that the animal farms chart, or the pig pen specifically with it, since you're earning 3% per day, as long as the token price, it was dropping every single day. This is a daily chart that I have on screen, and you can see it was dropping every single day for a long time. I'm like, is that over a month? It's about a month or so. Yeah, it's about a month or so. I'm not gonna count all those up, but it's dropping every single day. And so I've made the point that, as long as you're earning 3% and it's not dropping by more than 3%, then you're golden. You're staying at around the same price. And so you just got to make sure that you're actually compounding. Specifically, like I feel like that would hurt the people that have open positions. If you just had an open position only, you didn't have anything locked, and so you were earning that 3% a day, which is nice. But as it continues to go down in price, like eventually, it's not helping you any. It would make more sense to lock up your position and have an exponential growth and over time. And then also, again, as I'm pointing out in this chart, once this dips beneath 3% to 2% even, so it's only going down 2% per day, then you're earning 1% a day. And if it goes down to 1% per day, then you're earning 2% a day. And if it goes down to, if it's just neutral throughout a day, you're earning 3% a day then all of a sudden on whatever, and then if it's going up in price, then then that's just pretty dang bullish to me. And so the next thing that I wanted to show is I want to hop over to my Lappy Tappy. So let's go over to Lappy Tappy. So you got the stream in the background, and we got the charts for the recent charts, the new charts. These are the new charts. These are the new charts for AFP token Animal Farm. And so again, I made that video back here, but I said that it was getting narrower. We're seeing less days of bigger drops. It was starting to get down to that 2%. People were starting to lose too much if they had open positions, and that's not really worth it for them anymore. That was about after a month or so. So they probably tried to get 100%, and then eventually exited the position or something. And now we have a bunch of big bags and whales and stuff like that are outdoing them as in the system. It's just, I don't think they can outpower the money that's locked in for longer periods of time. So I think it's too big. And they're not making as much. And so now, that's what happens when the market goes down. Now we're seeing this bottom action here, and this is the strongest looking bottom action. Like, obviously, I think it's pretty obvious, right? You're looking at this chart, you see one green run right here, and then it's all red, and then a small green run and it fails, and then a small green run and it fails. But it didn't really. That was really just the bottom. And I guess I don't even want to give him credit. That YouTuber, that one drip YouTuber, sold around here. I'll say your name, John. It's Jonathan. It's Jonathan. He's got a bad name, and he just makes certain type of videos that are very woo ha ha, or I don't know what to describe it as, but whatever. Do your thing, bro. All right. Here's the chart for drip. So that honestly, that makes me really bullish on AFP pigs. The ecosystem, regardless, just the piggy bank is bullish as hell off of this scenario, and it can go back down then, and it should still be making profit basically for like a while. Like, it's just actually printing. It's kind of crazy, and in like the worst type of market. So like, what about the market goes up a little bit? All right, this next video that I want to make, or this next portion of this video, we'll see if I even put this one out, is covering the drip token. Because and I say, I'll see if I put this out, because I made this type of video before and I just not posted, and so now I've got some really nice looking cards for it. But this is the drip tokens price, and we start and we lead up into I believe this is the bee farm situation, and so it peaks in the summer around $60 something. It's not really showing that here, but it was over $60. And then we go down, right? And the thing that I wanted to point out with this drip chart, for those that are maybe really bearish on drip, and you're like, oh, drip will never return or something like that. And this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor with any of this analysis today. I'm just trying to, I'm charting, and it's either volume or psychology, but something is moving these things around. I could dive more into that type of information, but I'm really just reading the charts here. But what I wanted to point out here is that once we get this, I don't want to say downward trend, this downward momentum, it does not reverse until we have, and these are the daily charts, until we have a day where the high is above a previous day, or like the previous high, I should say, not just the previous day, the previous high. And so this works out, and you got to ignore the little spikes. As long as you ignore the little, I think, maybe you don't even have to, but I've been ignoring little spikes. But we ignore the little spikes, and what do we have? We have this high here around 32, and then it goes down, and then is able to break the previous high? No, it stops around 29, and so that should be a sign. That's a signal. It's going to go down. Boom. So we go down for a long time. Tries, that's a green day. It does not break. It doesn't break. It doesn't break. It doesn't break. It doesn't break. Here. And while it's doing this, you gotta count the green days. That's the thing, because green days count as like upward attempts or whatever have you, days where the market tried to shift. And so we're going down until we go all the way down here, and then we break the first green day, which should signal that we're going to go up, and then it tests the next green day. And so this is how it's just testing resistance levels. You got support supposedly on the way down, and then you got to test resistance on the way up. And so then it's going to test this resistance level right here of about $20, $19.50, and it breaks it though. It doesn't break it by much, but it does break it. And so guess what? We're going to end up going up. It's kind of signaling an upward trend, and so it takes it a little bit. How much time is this? 1, 2. That might be hard for people to stomach. It's about a month of kind of crab action. It's not just straight down or anything like that, but it did spike ridiculously. And so we got some crab action, and then it started to go up. And when it went up, did it break the previous high? The next one? That's pretty high up there. It's like 19, whatever the heck. And then here's this one. And yeah, it's at 2079. And even if I pull it down some, it's 2074. So yeah, it obviously breaks this one. We don't even have to, you can look at both of these, but it's breaking this one. And so what do we have? We go up. So a little crab, and is this another month? Let's see if this is another month. Almost. And that's funny, because again, I made that video about a month ago, right? So I said it was going to break. And how long is that from when we started to break? You could say something like June 22nd. So that'd be like July 22nd. Right? It's looking pretty good right now, right? So this is the early inception of drip. And then once we broke that though, we start to go up. And so crab action, and then this high, does this high outdo the last high though? Which is these two, both of these actually. Yes, it does. So we go up. Is this high outdoing, obviously it's outdoing that one. So what's the case? We go up. So pretty big run there, down, we're going up. And again, each one of these situations is coming right after the situation. It's not like the token just going straight up. It's but you want to take that high versus the last high. At least this is the type of strategy that I'm using. And if it broke that resistance level, then it's kind of bullish for drip. And so on the way down, we pretty much saw the exact same thing. So failed, so it's not breaking the previous one. Failed, it's not breaking the previous one. Failed, obviously not breaking the previous one. And then let me pull this up for you guys a little bit. So it's not gonna, none of these attempts at a high is breaking that resistance. No way. It's just getting demolished, right? Demolished. Uh-oh, what happened here? This was a previous attempt at a high, and we actually broke it. Guys, we actually broke it. It was a long time, right? It took us a while. But, guys, we actually broke it. That beat this one. And so this right here, this momentum that we're currently in for drip, and this ended up being a lot longer of a video than I think. I think it's going to beat this 8-something level. I think it's going to be something like up here. It might even go up to here, but I think at least up to here. So another $1 or so. And then we might go somewhere around this level, and I would expect us to hit the $11 or $12, so $13, $14 range, potentially on a spike. And that would be within the next, I got to drag this out though, some, right? By the end of the month. August, early September. Yeah, August to early September. So we got about a month for this to play out. But that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this type of range for the drip chart. Again, it's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor, but that's what I'm seeing for it. That's my case for it being bullish. Hopefully that makes sense to people. I wanted to bring up one other thing for the drip community, which I thought makes it kind of bullish. And that was just, I was going to these different tokens, and I was looking up the number of holders for these different tokens. So this is the YFI token on Binance Smart Chain. 7,000 holders. Bitcoin on Binance Smart Chain. It's Bitcoin, right? 400,000 holders. ETH, 1 million. I mean, it's Ethereum. Come on. If I keep going back, I did a few other tokens, but they're not going to show up right there. And then we got Bitcoin over here on Ethereum, 51,000 holders. You got more holders of Ethereum on Bitcoin on Binance. 13,000 holders of Convex token on Ethereum. It's a pretty big player in DeFi. This is another DeFi one. The Curve token, 76,000 holders. I think that's the first one that I looked up over here. No, and then I also looked up Hex, 300,000 holders. I think that's the last one. Cool. And if we looked up Drip, obviously that was the point of me going to these, so that you'd get an idea of how big Drip is in the DeFi ecosystem. Yeah, so if we looked at Drip here, there are 111,000, almost 112,000 total. This is not as big as like a SHIB, like one of these meme tokens is like the biggest of the meme tokens, but that's also pretty dang big. It makes it a player in these markets. Like obviously, if you're able to have more holders than Bitcoin on Ethereum, then I think that's or Convex. I think it had more, and Curve has billions of dollars locked in it. And that's not to say that you bring that same type of investor to you, because those investors, they're going to want something safe. If you're going to be bringing billions of dollars to something, you're not going to want it to be like super volatile. But it's just to say that there is a strong community around Drip, and it is a lot larger than even sometimes like a Bitcoin community on a network like Ethereum, which is, I figured Link would have a lot of people. Wrap BTC. 51,000. I think that's kind of ridiculous that there's so little like wrap Bitcoin holders on Ethereum. I mean, I guess everybody just dropped it because it was dropping. Like, let's look at this really quickly, man. This is gonna take too long. Can I get the users? No. Historical price. Unique senders. No, yeah, I'd want to see me like Dune or something for this. But that's it for this video. Hopefully, that's got you feeling good about the market in some ways. The general market doing good right now, but I do think we'll have like a Bart Simpson type pattern or something like that, and do like a final dip, the last dip, I think. But most of these plays are taking about a month. So yeah, there's that. There's my 2 cents. Hopefully this video was informative, entertaining, what have you. This is the one that I'm gonna make today. I might have to do this again. I don't know. I feel like I speak too much during them, but at the same time, there's a lot of information to get out. So, all right, folks. See you in the next one. Smurf out. All right. There's that. I don't know how long that was. I do feel like I speak too much during those ones, right? Because I want it to be like short, sweet, and then I just have so much stuff to cover that I just don't. I'm like, but don't forget about this. Yeah, include that, bro. Include that. All right, what we're gonna be doing for this next portion of stream. Let me go to you guys. See. What we're gonna be doing for this next portion of stream is actually just watching some YouTube videos that I put in my watch later section. And so here it is. So we got this Gary Vee video that I had not watched yet with Paris Hilton. We got Raw Paul here speaking about Ethereum and his price prediction with it. Gary Vee's just talking about Web3, blockchain, NFTs. And if you're not familiar, Paris Hilton has actually been pretty dang active in the NFT space. And then yeah, I imagine if she's that active in the space, she's probably learned some stuff about blockchain, cryptocurrency. She's probably doing some stuff. Yeah, Raw Paul's talking about the Ethereum price, and this is probably to do with the merge happening. If it's only him talking about the merge, well, won't that be sad? This is some CNBC, and just figured to put some news stuff in there. The past 2 years have been artificial housing market, so they're talking about the housing market, and that's some general market stuff. It's only 2 minutes, so screw it. This is MM Crypto. He's a day trader with cryptocurrencies, and yeah. Oh, also a billionaire, I guess. Investors are going to continue to be frustrated this year, says Requisites. That's a business names. Bryn Talkington. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Like, oh, what was that? Drip Pump from Stunner Breezy. And then Satoshi Stacker talking, it is happening now. Prepare now. And then has Crypto Bottom Markets / Jeff Snyder on the Paul Barron Network. And then, there's 2 more. Jeepus. Staying safe, bridge attacks and exploits, the calculator guy. And then this big pay, Cardano's first bridge attack. I'm going to put this up here just in case, just let's see how urgent it is. But yeah, that's what we're going to be watching. I'll probably go back to my one of these streaming platforms and make some clips of this stuff later. While we're watching it, I'm going to have things be in full screen. Let me go to my desk, man. While we're watching this stuff, I'm going to have it in full screen so that I can potentially cut it up and put it into like a TikTok format later on, like where I just like say or like point at something and then like the video plays, but I like recorded the video here with you guys live on stream. And that's what we're trying to do today. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy this. Enjoy yourselves. Let's get it. Oops, wrong one.
Guys, today I'm going to show you a couple of crazy charts playing out for Bitcoin right now, which you can...
Oh, I forgot to tell you guys in case you didn't notice. I played things in 2x speed because it's better. It's better. You just get through way more content. Otherwise, we'd be watching stuff for like an hour or something like that. We're going to be watching stuff for like 30 minutes. It's going to be great.
Use to make a lot of profit in the near future. I'm also going to talk about this insane fractal playing out right now. And the last time this happened, we saw something big for Bitcoin. I'm going to talk about the traditional markets, and I'm going to talk about the report that came out yesterday and why you need to pay attention right now. All right, guys, welcome back, everybody. My name is Chris, bringing you cryptocurrency videos every day, teaching you how to make money in this market. If you are new to the channel, then make sure to subscribe and activate the bell right now. And let's get straight into it, guys. So what you can see here on the 4-hourly time frame is we're still going sideways here, nothing new under the sun. But we are, after hitting this support level right here, we can see we had a drop, and then, we've been having some decent, at least, volatility of these support levels. As soon as we hit this right here, we start to go down. As soon as we hit this here, we start to go up as well. So we're seeing this volatility right now, even though it does feel like, we're going sideways for a couple of days now and things feel boring. But if we zoom out here, we can just see the volatility and how it has been playing out, even on the 4-hourly time frame. Now, let's get into some more patterns. So as you know, I've been showing you this on the daily time frame, this kind of channel where we usually, on the upside, we start to go down. And you can see that we enter into these like short kind of drops inside of these channels for Bitcoin here. We hit it right here, start to go down here. You can see this play out, and you can see that we've broken out of this now. And one thing you can also see is that once we break above this, we usually see a pretty quick pump up to the next level of resistance here. So let's see if we can see the same thing right now as we have broken out of this level. But the strategy is still the same. On the short term, long term, that's a completely different story for my long term and mid term bag. But short term, what I'm going to look for here is if we come up here to the $25,400 level, I'm looking for a short here, and I'm looking for a drop down again inside of this channel. Now, of course, this is sooner rather than later going to break, but as long as we have this is a pretty nice trading channel to use here. So this is what I'm doing, taking profit and shorting at this point, and buying and taking profit on shorts down here at the support level. And also what we can see is that we also have this forming. So this is the same resistance level as this one. The difference is that on this one, we do have a little bit of a upwards sloping pattern as well. So you can see that we have this support line here. So you can also put in a cheeky trade if we hit this one again. Of course, this is not as strong as this level right here, but putting in a little bit of a bid here, riding it up to the next level of resistance, or if you want to play it more safe, put that bid on this support level of this channel. So those are some trades trades I am watching right now for the weekend, of course, the whales are going to try to influence the crypto markets this weekend as we have lower volatility. So be prepared for that. Of course, also, we're watching this in 2 days. We're going to close this candle. The question is, are we going to close it above the 200-week moving average, which is the orange line, or are we going to close below this? So this is what we're watching. Same thing here. If we come down and hit this level, this is right now at $22,880, then I am going to put in a bid here. I'm going to make a trade, as I think there's a likely chance that this is going to hold on the weekly time frame. So we're watching that. And now let's talk about this crazy fractal. But before we do that, if you want to claim a crazy bonus of up to $4,530, make sure to sign up for Bybit right here, and also for Femex if you want to claim up to $4,500 over on Femex. Take advantage of this, guys, if you want to claim those bonuses. So let's talk about traditional markets. So traditional markets did see a drop yesterday. My support level really did try to hold up the traditional markets here, guys. I don't know how much more you can ask of this level, holding it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times here on these candles, but ultimately we did see a drop up to the next level of support here on my orange line, and now we're seeing a pump up to, again, this level, this orange line here at the traditional market. So this is how we can kind of play these levels. You can see how significant these are. Let's talk about this crazy fractal. So what we got here is the Bitcoin price to the left on the weekly time frame, and what you got here to the right is Apple. Now, of course, we talk about the crypto being probably most comparable to tech stocks. Well, let's compare Bitcoin to a tech stock during a previous crash. Of course, we're talking about 2008 and 2009, and Apple, after having a massive rally, you can see that Apple made this kind of double top, boom, went up here, down once, double top, and then broke that double top pattern, went down, and look at this, went below the 50-week moving average right here. This is where we started to accelerate the drop, and then we hit the 200-week moving average here on Apple as well, but we didn't break the 300-week moving average. And from that point, since we didn't break the 300-week moving average, we went up from that point, and the Bitcoin is behaving in a similar fashion. Boom, went up, double top pattern, broke that, broke below the 200-week moving average, and here we have the 300-week moving average not being broken, also dipping into the oversold area here on the weekly time frame for the first time since quite a while. Now, this is more like a fun little thing, guys. Of course, don't put your life savings into Bitcoin based on this chart alone, but it's just an interesting and cool chart, because we usually do say that we should compare Bitcoin to tech stocks. Well, this is what we saw during one major crash for Apple, which is arguably one of the biggest tech stocks out there. So, guys, finally, I want to talk about the US job report, which came out yesterday, and this is why we did see this drop in traditional markets and Bitcoin as well. Well, the US job reports was very, very strong. So why is that a problem? Well, what they're trying to do with the rate hikes is for the economy to suffer, right? But the unemployment rate, it actually dropped. It came out at 3.5% from the previous 3.6%. So people are still, having jobs, they're still earning money. It's not hurting the economy as much as they want. So this is, of course, what the economists had hoped for, a reduction in the pace of hiring, because it could suggest a general slowdown in the economy. This is not what you saw. So the fear right now is that the Fed are going to continue to increase the rate hikes. And yeah, of course, we do know that it's not something the markets really do like that much. Now, we do have inflation data coming out very soon. So that is also going to be very, very interesting to watch. Depending on the inflation data, if we do see still strong inflation in the economy, well, then during the next couple of meetings, I think that takes place in the end of September, so quite a while off still, but then we could expect some more rate hikes. But let's wait for the inflation.
Yeah, what he started to say at the very end of that, I was like, what are you getting at, Cristiano? Like, the Fed's not meeting for a while. I was just wondering where he's going. All right, that was only a 7-minute video. Like,
the biggest reason people are confused is they're bringing their internet brain to the blockchain. Thus, they can't understand that you can own something digital, which is why that big joke, well, I'm just going to right-click and save it. Well, that's an internet function. It doesn't work on the blockchain. I'm a purebred.
Speak, Gary, speak.
Well, yeah, really good. Excited. Me too. It's my dad, Sasha.
Yeah. Been aware of QR technology for 20 years. It took COVID to get people to actually use it. So I think everybody here will know how to use this. I just want you to see how frictionless this is. This is a POAP, so it's not full Web 3. I would call this Web 2.5. You take this photo, and you'll have a digital asset. If you put in your email in about 5 seconds, now having a digital asset might be a frictionless kind of experience that takes 1 minute that might spur ideas that you might bring to your organizations. So we want to just do that. So I hope you do that, and hope it starts your journey.
Alex, it's Gary. Big shout out, big love to Ukraine. I hope we get to meet my friend. Very nice to see you. Take care, Alex.
I'm a photographer. I sell NFTs, but where would you recommend me to sell my stuff? Which platform?
You know what I mean, my friend? There's no reason not to be on Foundation and Rarible and OpenSea. Why would you create friction? It was just like when people used to ask me, Gary, what social network should I produce on? I'm like, all of them. If you're trying to sell something, why would you create friction for something? The only reason you're seeing that now is the early artists are being artists. Got it? They're being cute.
Gary, what he did was unparalleled. Industry is value was one of the key ways.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for saying that.
What is the biggest challenge for the NFT marketplace in the next couple of years?
The challenge of time and getting kind of the stink off of the bad behavior of the gold rush. Those two things stand out. What's your definition of creativity?
You can be creative in any medium you want to be, whether it comes from being creative and innovative in your business, or making your art, or designing clothes, the way that you present yourself to the world. And then, with Web3 and these metaverses, you can be creative in ways that are not even possible in the physical world.
I like it. Awesome. Crush.
This is a good room.
Hi.
Hi, Louis.
I'm Gary.
Hi,
How are you doing? How's camp treating y'all?
So far, so good, huh?
Yeah. NFTs?
Yes.
Bro, hold on. Let me pause real quick, bro. Paris just shit on half of Twitter.
Team of the week?
We just did that talk.
Are you guys like the queen? Can we like?
She's definitely the queen. I'm not sure what I am. Maybe the jester, but she's definitely the queen.
Okay, what's the skepticism? How are you still trying? What are people still not getting about NFTs?
From my perspective, it's that they don't understand that it's on the blockchain and not the internet. The real reality is people used to make fun of their parents for not having email, for not having social media, for not having a smartphone. The big reality is most people have become their parents, and they have to understand that truth.
This is a good team. Clearly, I see why you guys teamed up. Nice job. Good running.
Thank you. Have a good time.
Bye.
Thanks. You gonna find your real room now?
That's right.
I think we'll go back to the boat. Okay, let's go. It's funny that you guys brought up Roblox. I was in Romania a couple days ago, and I asked the audience, I said, do you understand that between Minecraft, Roblox, Madden, and 2K points, the power up, Candy Crush, everybody under 15 is only being trained into buying things that are digital versus buying things that are physical. Only. When somebody who's 13 today is literally 23 in 10 years. It goes like this.
Right.
And they become the market. And I don't even know how it's a debate, to be honest. And so consumer behavior does not map to Wall Street or crypto prices. And I think that's where the conversation starts and ends. Welcome everybody to Can. Most importantly, just thank you, because I know you have unlimited options of where you're going to spend your time.
Before I let Gary finish, I feel like this is what a lot of people are missing about blockchain technology, and specifically with NFTs and like what's possible with them. Because like a lot of people, like he was just saying, a lot of people are used to like buying Fortnite skins, or most recently I've been playing multiverses. People are used to buying multiverses skins and packs or whatnot on the, digitally. And like, oh cool, well I have that, I bought that and this and that, and it exists with my Xbox profile as long as I log in with this email address. And who controls that? This is the big difference here. This is the big difference here. Who controls that email address, and then and who has access to what level of that information and the different levels of that information. Most of the time, that's going to be Xbox has it, Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft, Xbox, they have it, and then maybe the game publisher or whoever is the entity on top of that one, like has like a third, maybe of the other information. So what I'm getting at is it's hard for them to transfer that information, even if it wasn't that exact specific. And because a lot of people get hung up on this with NFTs. They're like, well, there's no way with the metaverse you're going to be able to take that sword and bring it into this universe. It's just not possible. And it's like, okay, you don't have to have the exact same design. The design doesn't matter. What matters is that bit of information. It could be a sword in one world, and when it comes to the other world, instead of it being a sword, it's like a diamond. And it's like, or it's a fish hook, or a fishing rod, like fish hook. I guess there's fish hooks too, but it's like a fishing rod instead of like a sword or something else. It's just something else in the other world. It doesn't translate to the exact same thing, but they use that information that you had from somewhere else. So you created some information somewhere else. It lives on the blockchain, so it's accessible. It's public. Other games and entities can say, this is the type of information we're looking for, and in our world, that information equals this thing. And so that's something that you can do with NFTs. I feel like a good example of that would be with this show, Shield Hero. And so with any luck, I'm going to slice up this section and play a portion of Shield Hero. And they're going to have different features in this new world. And that's very similar to like how NFTs work in a metaverse type of situation. They're using the data of the previous world. And things could be totally different in this new one.
In this very short week, and so let there be no confusion, we are substantially humbled by you choosing to be with us. And I want to thank Paris for the incredible keynote that we just gave. I thought you were amazing on stage, and as someone who fancies himself in being underrated at times, it's always very fun for me to see others navigate the world and be underrated for whatever their circumstances are. I find you to be one of those people, and so I really appreciated sharing the stage with you, and hope you have a great time, and thank you for being here. Cheers. Why does somebody really buy Andy's Warhol? For a lot of people, they love Andy, but for a lot of people, they buy it to put in their wall, and when they're having dinner parties or business meetings or friends over, they're like, my Warhol. How many people can actually see that Warhol? For that reason, 30, 250, where it's going, and it's been proven out already. This was early talk, that's exactly what's happening. A lot of the reason people are buying is to flex. It's no different than having, why did sneakers become big? People flex their sneakers. I was literally just walking up here and somebody had a very rare Nike pair. He was walking out and said, nice kicks. He was pumped. That's why he bought them. He bought them for somebody to say that to him. And that's exactly what's happening with NFTs at scale. People will buy it because they're going to flex. And a lot of people, like, when they were arguing with me, they're like, I don't care about a digital asset. I remember my one friend who really went off. He goes, this is the stupidest shit I ever heard. I said, brother, you called me 6 months ago and asked me to get you a blue check mark on Instagram. I go, that's a digital asset. And that's where it flipped for him. He understood that it's just communication. Let's just think about this space always,
Every time you cross my mind, it different. It seems like since you left, I feel like something is missing. Ain't been the same, I've been hurting, it's got me up in my feelings. I know you watch it, so I pray, and I just hope that you listen. I want to say that I miss you. Hey, just know that I ain't forget you. Hey, I want to say that I miss you.
Being always you is extremely hard.
He's the first.
That's all I got, the crap.
Like everything that is wrong at VaynerMedia is 100% my fault. I take on that accountability. That's the price of entry to be a CEO.
So before we get into this Raul Paul video, I'm actually going to flip you guys over to my desktop. I'm writing this tweet. So we're going to write this tweet together. And I'm going to put these words out on the screen, and then I'm probably going to make it into a video. But I feel like if you can understand how Raftelia and Philo transport it to another world, Or should I say I have the same DNA, or should I say we're the same person? Transfer to another world. You can understand how Rafteli and Philo, it's Philo, transported to another world. Cool. And then, but we're the same person. Let's just say then you understand. I feel like if you understand how Raftelia and Philo transported to another world, I could just say the Sword Heroes Party. Let's just do that. The Shield Hero. I feel like if you understand how the Shield Heroes Party transported to another world, but we're the same people with a different appearance and attributes, then you already understand NFTs, Web3, and Metaverse. That's actually kind of fire. Because that's facts. That's it right there. That's the web. That's Web3. That's the Metaverse. That's all of it in that tweet. In this season of Shield Hero, we have the Metaverse. All right, let's listen to some Raul Paul.
So, why Ethereum now, apart from the charts, is the merge. The merge is probably the single most important thing that I can think of that I've seen in crypto since the invention of stablecoins and the launch of ETH itself. That's quite a big statement, and there are risks that it doesn't work fully. I get that. I'm prepared to take the risk because I think it will. You may not be prepared to take the risk, and that's fine too. So let's talk about the merge. So first we need to go back in time a little bit. We go back in time to the burn. So this is the EIP 1559, and what that did was change the dynamics of ETH that burnt using network activity that burnt ETH. Now, it reduced the supply of ETH by about 65%, and in a strong demand environment, supply reductions are important. They're not in most other times, but really when demand meets reduced supply, then things get interesting. So ETH massively outperformed Bitcoin because of this activity, because the ETH network is being used for DeFi, NFTs, all sorts of stuff, and with reduced supply, the price went up faster. That kind of makes total sense to me. But the merge is something much bigger overall. The merge is where Ethereum goes to proof of stake as opposed to proof of work. So now you're not having computers crunching the maths and being rewarded as miners for doing the work. What you're doing is you're pledging your Ethereum for a year to secure the network. And that's called staking. And staking participates by you getting a yield for doing that, which is staking your coins, i.e. you can't use them, and you get a return. But what's really interesting here is this is a supply reduction of really...
Hold up. As somebody who's already been in crypto and DeFi for a while, I think what's interesting here is that when I was first introduced to cryptocurrency, there was staking on Hive. That was like the first staking that I was familiar with of any type of cryptocurrency, and then later came staking on Ethereum like years later. But there's staking on Hive, and then like Lino, which is like a test blockchain to what later became Tron. But first on Hive or Steam it at the time, right? But the thing about their staking, and there might have been some other platforms that did it at the time too. That's not the point. The point is that at the time their staking period was like a vested period of like 7 days at least, right? So you locked up for 7 days, and some people were like, "Oh, it needs to be shortened or longened, and this and that." And people just, everybody just doesn't necessarily like it. This is powering up and powering down phase. I think it's just 7 days, and then moved on to DLive. And a lot of people didn't like on DLive, where you stake your BTT, your BitTorrent token, on the Tron blockchain. And that's where I'm like, people always like try to underestimate Tron, bro. Tron's actually dope. But it's really, they don't like Justin Sun. But staking on the Tron blockchain and with DLive, and it was 14 days, a 14-day period of lockup or unlock. So unwinding the deposit. 14 days. A lot of people didn't like that. And then we move how many years later? Three something years later, and Ethereum's got staking, and it's a year. But previous to that, we already had Hex staking, right? Like Hex before, on Ethereum, all these other platforms that are doing it on Ethereum. And I think the interesting thing about all these other platforms that have been doing it over the last few years now is that we've seen some do it for a week, we've seen some do for a few days, we've seen some do for up to months or 5 years. I think that's the max for Hex, whatever it is for Hex, the insane amount of time, or the 555 whatever numbers. So, but we've seen all these different things, and then what Ethereum decided was to go with pretty much a year. I think that's interesting. I don't know. I think the direction that staking and locking things up for longer periods of time is interesting. So, I want to talk about it.
Really monumental proportions. That's
We'll play games
now, I'm more of
later.
a demand side person than a supply side person, but when demand and supply are both in shock, okay, then we got something interesting. So what's the supply side? Well, miners. There are no miners anymore. So therefore, all of the activity of miners of selling the tokens that they've earned, they probably sell about 80% of the tokens that they get just to fund their own activities. That's about $1 billion or $2 billion a month that's out of the market. So that's a small supply shock. There's no ongoing pressure every day from miners who've been rewarded with Ethereum. The staking activity, that's currently about 9% of all Ethereum staked. By most guesses, that number should rise to about 30% because initially we should see some outsized yields, maybe up to as high as 20%, maybe it's 15%, who the hell knows. But either way, it's going to attract a lot of capital into staking. And so that becomes very interesting itself because if it gets up to 30% of all ETH staked, that's 30% that is dormant, cannot be used for DeFi, CeFi, rehypothecation, shorting, liquidity provision, nothing. It's out of the system. Then, on top of it, ETH staking gets its yields from network activity. So as the network is active, it generates the yield. Add that to the burning for the network activity as well, and what you get is actually something that looks like it's going to be deflationary, i.e. there's going to be less ETH every day than there was the previous day. So that itself is really interesting. So as opposed to be a daily sell pressure of excess ETH in the market, it becomes a daily buy pressure. Now this might sound familiar to you because this is very similar to buybacks and dividends, very predominant in the US. It's one of the key reasons why the US markets have outperformed other markets. There are dividends, but buybacks are very big because of the tax breaks. So if you keep reducing the supply of equities by buying them back, you generate demand and reduce supply. So then in normal economic times, you find that the markets, because there's less equities around, because the market cap, that's a natural function. When you add stuff like ongoing demand from 401ks and passive flows, it creates this outperformance that the US has enjoyed for so long. There's this supply and demand dynamic of buybacks plus dividends. And you can see that the impact on price from this chart now, it shows that they're very correlated because it is just a nice dynamic that helps price performance over time. So we've got that. So this is the supply starting to move into demand, but there is a demand shock coming. One is the macro cycle. The macro cycle is turning, so therefore demand is going to come back as liquidity comes back. Secondly, ESG. Now, whether you agree with ESG narratives or not, it's real and there are mandates built on it, particularly in Europe, but increasingly in the US. Bitcoin is deemed by people to be less green. We know that narrative is a false narrative, but that is what institutions kind of believe, and they struggle to get it past their boards and their investment committees because of it. But Ethereum will be much greener. In fact, it's 99% less energy use than Bitcoin once it moves to proof of stake. So that removes that barrier, and that's a big stumbling block for institutional adoption. But there's something more important. Ethereum's going to have a yield of 4 to 6%. That's the best guesses. So now we've got the internet bond. Ethereum being the largest yielding asset in the space. In ETH terms, a risk-free yield because it's generated by a smart contract. So it pays out yield in the smart contract. Now, the risk you're taking is currency risk, ETH. Pretty much a guaranteed yield from ETH. Obviously, there are things that go wrong. US bonds are deemed risk-free, but they're not. Nothing is in the world. But you know what I mean? This is a benchmark yield for Web3 from the largest asset in Web3, because Bitcoin doesn't have a yield in the same way, and it's not really used in Web3. So if you want to allocate to this space, you are going to allocate to the ESG-compliant yielding asset. That is without question. Also, it's easy to say because it's not to do with money, replacing of money, it's technology. This becomes like a technology stock with buybacks and dividends, which is bloody rare, and it's the fastest growing technology in the world. So this yield changes institutional adoption dramatically. It makes it so much easier to hold on balance sheets. One of the reasons why gold was not adopted by many institutions is because it doesn't yield anything. But this does, and the yield is decent. It's more than US treasuries, as it should be. Now we've got something interesting for institutions, family offices, long-term investors. But more than that, it creates a whole different set of outcomes. And that is the real build-out of DeFi. DeFi and CeFi in ways that we can't yet understand. Firstly, to have a benchmark rate allows all other risk to be priced against it. So one of the issues with what happened with the recent blowups in CeFi is you don't know how to price risk. You know, what is a 20% yield? What is a 10% yield versus what? How? How much risk am I taking? Well, in traditional bond markets and credit markets, it's all price versus treasuries. So it's either LIBOR plus, which is for the short-term rates, or it's LIBOR plus 200 basis points, or it's 10-year yields plus. So it's all dealt with as spreads. Even Italian government bonds, spreads versus European government bonds. So those spreads allow you to understand yields. Emerging markets trade at about 400 basis points over treasuries. Now, we will be able to do the same using Ethereum. So XYZ trades X 100 basis points over Ethereum. So therefore, we know there's an incremental risk to that. Now, that risk could be currency risk, i.e. in the token falling, which is what happened in Luna, because the DeFi protocol itself, the smart contract of Anchor, actually continues to pay the dividend, but the currency went to zero. Much like if you invest in a domestic Argentinian government bond, they still continue to pay the coupon, but the coupon's worthless. So that's that example. So there is currency risk, and I'll come on to that in a sec. But there's also other ones that don't have as much currency risk, but which is CeFi, and you're trying to figure out where the yield comes from, because always the yield comes from somewhere, and that yield is risky. So we're going to see, why does one CeFi protocol offer ETH at a higher rate than staking does? Well, some of that is liquidity. So if they're giving you 3 months, well, you're assuming liquidity risk, because ETH staking is 1 year. So to have liquidity risk, you should pay a premium for that. So there's different stuff here, and we can explain yields much better and the risk people are taking. The other thing is, how do you think about currency risk? Well, generally speaking, the yield should be adjusted for the volatility of the underlying currency. And if I take a quick ballpark look at Solana yield, which is about 8% versus what we think ETH yields at, let's say, 5%. Now, the difference between those yields actually makes rough sense when you look at the volatility difference between ETH and Solana. Solana is about 30-40% more volatile. So if that's the case, then that's why you're getting a high yield. Okay, so now we can start creating fair values for yields, currencies, all sorts of stuff here. And that allows us to build better products with better understanding for people what risk they're taking. We can understand when spreads are blowing out, when spreads are narrowing. We don't really get that right now, but we will be able to. And that's going to create a much deeper, more liquid market that attracts more hedge funds, more institutions, more adoption, and more retail who can navigate the space in a better way. It also is going to allow better regulation too, which kind of has to happen after we saw what happened in CeFi. DeFi, that's a different game. CeFi is something that needs regulating because they're pseudo banks. And if they're taking your money and they lose all of your capital, well, you've got a problem with it. And so I think that's going to come as well. And this contract is going to help. This is really important. We're also going to see the rise of guaranteed and structured products around this. Because once you've got a yield on an asset, you can do stuff like take that yield and buy call options or take that yield and buy puts. It gives you guaranteed funds. That used to be available in the 90s and into the early 2000s in equity markets. We see it in some markets now. So we can create a lot of structured products. Now, as I said, humans to humans, they will create leverage in certain ways and they will use this to create leverage. But if we can do it in these limited risk ways like guaranteed funds, okay, that's super interesting. So it's going to make the markets deeper, more liquid. It becomes something much more than it is today. And I can't express how big a demand shock that is going to be over time. We're going to see a wall of money to come in over time and continue that network adoption model as the big money of institutions come in the search for yield and search for exposure to this new technology. That is going to be met by this massive supply shock where so many tokens are locked up staking and the supply is negative every year, so there's not enough to go around. And that, I think, is a very big deal. And this is why I remain extremely bullish on ETH. I own small amounts of Bitcoin, just for kind of nostalgia's sake. ETH is my core position. And I do have some other tokens, such as Solana, which I think might outperform even ETH, because I think ETH doesn't provide all the solutions for everything. I'm no ETH maximalist. And different people will take different levels of decentralization. The ETH merge looks like it's happening September the 19th. There are, of course, risks around it. But I think this is one of the single most important things to ever happen in Web3. And it needs to be on your radar screen. I'm not expecting, it doesn't have to be fireworks going into it, or the price explodes coming out of it. It may well do. But what I think is it's an accelerant to the space. If the macro's right, then ETH should do extremely well over the next year, 2 years, if the macro cycle remains benign and positive, which is the direction I think it's going. Anyway, good luck out there. I hope this is useful. I think most people don't understand how important this yielding benchmark asset is to the whole world of Web3 and what it can unlock for the future.
You say, or my notes say you say, that you think the market out there sort of peaked in March-ish. Does that mean that sellers are still trying to get those March numbers, or are they being a little more flexible?
So I think they're starting to be a little more flexible. I'm in the San Fernando Valley, which is a suburb of Los Angeles, and in 2021, the prices were just insane. I think we experienced over 20% appreciation. We've definitely seen, since March, deceleration and stabilization. So if someone is looking or hoping to get what that one neighbor got at the very peak, which now appears to be March, that's not going to happen any longer. But if they're realistic for the price of their location, the condition, the square footage, they will still sell. There are still plenty of buyers out there.
You know, I have always felt that it is the buyers who set the price in the market, not the sellers. Because the sellers can say whatever the hell they want the house to be, but if you don't have a buyer willing to pay it, you're not going to get it, right? Wrong.
No, that's absolutely true. And what was happening, I mean, we got really spoiled there. The past 2 years have been an artificial market. As long as I've been doing this, I've never seen anything like it. We were used to getting 10, 20, 30 offers on a property. Now we're back to the condition matters a whole lot more. The floor plan matters a whole lot more. Buyers are being picky, and they can be picky. So they want to just make sure that they're getting a fair value. They got used to just getting in a crazy bidding war. Now, if we get an offer, we treat it like gold. And if we get multiple offers, which now means maybe 2 offers, not 15 offers.
Very interesting. So the number of offers have come down. Sellers are having to be a little more realistic on pricing. And I guess implicit in that is that houses may be staying on the market a little longer. Stephanie, we got to leave it there. Alas, I could talk all day on real estate. We appreciate your time. We'll see you soon, I hope.
Today for the Bitcoin price. And yes, guys, you are rarely getting a chance like this for Bitcoin. In fact, every 4 years, you are getting the chance you are getting today. What am I talking about? Well, I will show you exactly what I'm talking about. I will show you my multi-million US dollar trades. I'm still having them open. Bitcoin trade being at almost $400,000 in a profit, Ethereum 70,000. Of course, I have this other trade here also. People call me crazy. Well, watch this video and you will know exactly what I'm talking about. Watch this video, you will see my price targets and what my game plan is trading-wise for Bitcoin right now. Let's go straight into it. Smash up the like button if you appreciate these very short condensed videos on the sidelines as well. Weeks. In fact, I was posting. Go over to my channel. Let me actually go here. Go over to my daily right now. Right now, Bitcoin broke this downtrend. And the question is, what is going to happen next? Well, every single time we broke it, Bitcoin was going towards the upside and then consolidation going to the...
I think we spike, and then I think we come back down, and we form like a head and shoulders looking pattern. If we were to pull out from this chart that we're at right now, this top left portion would look like a shoulder. This would look like, oh no, this would look like the shoulder, excuse me. This would be the shoulder forming from the rest of the body. So like this formed the shoulder. It looks like a shoulder. And you dip down a little bit, tighten that, and then boof, you bark that shit. You make a bottom. And that would be the head. And then yeah, make another shoulder up. But that's like, you know, September is like probably the bottom then, right? if that plays out, what I'm saying. Or like September to October is the bottom. But I think by November, December, we start to see like a Christmas rally, like it happens.
It's a very typical pattern, of course, wiping out the shorts, wiping out the longs, wiping out the shorts, wiping out the longs, and this happens every now and then, every time again. Of course, this trend has to end at one point of time, and exactly then when it becomes too obvious. Well, is it the time right now? Today and tomorrow will show it, because what we can see is we just broke again the daily downtrend for Bitcoin. Right here, yesterday, we broke it on the 5th of August. And now Bitcoin is consolidating on the hourly, boring AF. But what on the hourly and 4-hourly looks boring, on the daily, it gets explosive. Because what is the next step for Bitcoin? There are two scenarios. Scenario number one is Bitcoin continues to hold the trend and breaks towards the upside, towards 28, 29, 30,000 US dollars. The more likely scenario, as the trend on the specific time frame is your friend until the very end. However, of course, scenario number two is Bitcoin breaks this, and it has to break it today or tomorrow. If we are breaking this trend with volume support and with a daily close important, because we can get wicks, as you can see. If we are getting a daily close below, this is the moment, yes, we might go down for another retest of 20,000, another retest of 19,000. This is going to happen the moment we are breaking it. As long as this is not happening, the trend is our friend until the very end. And this is why, until this is not happening, I'm not taking any actions here in terms of descaling my trade here until this is happening. Right now, approximately altogether, let's say 500,000 US dollars in a profit on these 3 trades. Of course, if you want to be joining these trades, down below $10,000 bonus, click this link, click register deposit. Easy as that. It is. Let me quickly go back. It is a few seconds of your time, but if you are taking these few seconds, you can go down below, click register deposit. You get these bonuses for trading. You can use it for trading down below, but only if you're experienced trading. My price target 28, 29, 30,000.
What's CNBC got to say?
Let's expand the conversation now. Bring in CNBC contributors, Bryn Talkington of Requisite Capital Management, and Greg Branch of Veritas Financial Group. I don't know. The market seems to be trying to rain on your parade, Greg. You've been really negative. I mean, maybe it's starting to sniff out a soft landing. Are you?
I don't think so, and I would respectfully disagree with my colleague that the market is not pricing in. We didn't overprice negative information. I think in June, we were probably appropriately pricing in the information, and I think that once Jerome Powell gave the green light to put risk back on, that's what the market did. Said this to you before, Scott. I think he made a mistake, and I think his colleagues have been trying to walk that back ever since. Culminating with James Bullard on our very channel last week, saying that he'd like to see the Fed funds rate at 4%, and he'd like to front load that. The market is certainly not discounting that at this point, and so no, I don't think that we'll manage a soft landing. The history has shown that we never typically do, and I think that while the duration and depth of this recession might not be what we're used to, given the strong labor market, you can decouple the incident of a recession from a strong labor market. You can actually have both, even though we typically don't.
You want to respond?
Yeah, I mean, I have to respectfully disagree here, but I think just the fact that we're having such a strong labor market, I think it's hard to say that we're going to have a hard landing here. And anything's possible, right? I mean, I do think it's too early to say that we're out of the woods yet, that we don't necessarily have another leg down. But I'm definitely the mindset that we have a good possibility of having a better second half of the year here than we did our first. I think you want to make sure your position is such.
Yeah, so Gregory, I mean, even, Diamond, as we just referenced, the Hurricane Man, comes back today, or yesterday when he made these comments, speaking about how strong the labor market is, suggesting you can't have a recession with the labor market this strong and the way that consumers can continue to spend. How do you respond to that?
Right. I'm going to respond to that in 2 ways. Let's talk about it.
And I'm just going to give my personal opinion. This is why I think we would hate, because they're just going to talk about whatever. Why would Smurf? Why do you believe there's a strong labor market? I think there's a strong labor market right now because number one, bigger businesses got paid well during the pandemic, right? They got everybody got some checks, but they got some nice checks, right? So depending on how big you are, you got some nice check. And were you totally foolish about allocating those funds? Did you really not know how to make anything if you just got stay afloat money? Really? You know how to do anything? Okay, chances are you got to where you are because you know quite a few things. You know more things than the average person, and you performed pretty dang well, all things considered. You might not have gone from rags to riches, but you were already rich, and so congratulations. Well done. And so that's what I think on a higher level for bigger players, which I don't know, smaller players like myself probably don't normally consider. We're oh, how is the market up? And it's probably because wealthy people got wealthier. The gap widened, personally. And hopefully it doesn't sound too negative. It's not a negative take on it. It's just if a wealthy, a profitable company got that much more money, can allocate it better, is waiting on a bottom, it's starting to get pretty low. What is a company buying? We're thinking I feel or I'm saying weird, but I feel my audience too is often thinking on investor level, but what about big business level? At what point do they buy up, and what does them buying up look like? Them buying up probably looks like customers, or not customers, what am I call it? Workers, employees. That's what them buying up looks like. Goods, but that should probably already be priced in. You expand, you get bigger, better. And I think that's what's happening. I think there's a change of the guard happening in that respect, where cutting fat where fat needs to be cut, and actually creating probably a new age of awesome companies from stuff. I think it's going to be interesting.
Yes, the consumer's still spending. That is decelerating.
But if that's happening, then the market's stimulated because all of a sudden, instead of us just going down, yes, we went down a bunch and people tighten things up, but then we hired a bunch of people that are going to have money to put into the market, and yes, yeah.
Saw growth in travel and entertainment spending go from 30% in May and June to about half of that in July. But they're also levering up to do that, Scott.
And
so
it's
we have
getting close to the holidays
when it's becoming historically expensive to do that. And so we are still spending, but that bill's going to need to be paid. It's a little too early to talk about the losses at this point. I think that will season throughout the year. But at the end of the day, we're seeing that across the socioeconomic spectrum. When those banks reported, they were talking about historically strong loan growth into private wealth additions. And so yes, we're spending, but we're taking out debt to do it. Now let's talk about.
That's the other thing. If we're spending, right? But then people are also getting jobs that are paying them a lot more. Things are more expensive, but people have more money. So gap, it just creates like a disparaging, like it's like a wealth gap type thing. It's like, yeah, like a certain section of America is going to slowly have to like buy less and less, and other options are going to have to be made available or something, and then the wealthy will just it'll just start to look different, and like I don't know, like, but that's definitely like a widening.
The other side of that, about the corporations, yes, I will admit this earnings quarter turned out to be stronger than I expected. 77% of the
and that's like
earnings
speculation.
on the top line is typically 66%, 70%, 77% on the bottom line, 70% on the top line is typically in the mid-60s. But all of them almost universally warned about intensifying challenges, if not with their supply chain, and certainly with inflation and deteriorating consumer demand. That was a constant refrain. I think we will continue to see that. And in terms of decoupling that labor market, remember, it's the absence of labor earnings that determines the depth and duration of a recession. Typically, that's the unemployed population that's contributing to that. Now we're all contributing to that because real wage growth has declined by 4%. We're all facing that hyperinflation. So that's where the weakness that powers the depth and duration of recessions.
Okay, so let me bring in Bryn, if I may. Is it time, Bryn, for this half-empty view to do a 180 and think that the market may be now time for half full?
Well, I think this conversation with Courtney and Greg really sums up what we're seeing this year, because I don't think I've ever seen in a really long time this bifurcation of people that are really bearish versus those that are, we'll say, glass half full, right? Besides like the folks that think we're going to go to 5,000. And I just think that investors are going to continue, Scott, to be frustrated this year, because you have to remember, my thesis is the range of outcomes that can occur is incredibly wide this year because of all the reasons that Courtney and Greg just walked through. Because if you go back and look at probabilities, and if you're investing based on pure probabilities, since 1913, the Fed has only engineered a soft landing around 10% of the time. And then we've had oil shocks, we have so much debt that's been printed, all of the things, we have high inflation. You would think that we would have a hard landing. But I would say we're in these uncharted waters. And so I think that a lot of people that are bullish are anchoring that inflation comes down meaningfully and stays lower. My problem with that is, being in the energy field down here in Texas, is that, energy.
See, I don't even think so. I think if you're allocated in the right companies, though, like, because I feel like at this point they got stuff kind of priced in, or they're starting to figure it out. I think the company's going to start to figure things out and like start to be really wise about stuff. So it might not be this next month. It could be two. Again, I think around Christmas time, it's gonna be something interesting, because the companies that are in businesses, we've already shrunk down from like those that died out during COVID and stuff, and some new ones popped up, yeah, but let's probably swat them away again. They're gonna start to become really strong, and they're gonna make some insane profits, right? There's just certain things that people like, want, and if there's not a lot of other like let's take cell phones for instance, right? COVID probably stopped the ability for, like, if you were a big cell phone company trying to have, maybe COVID was your chance to come into the market, but if you handle things inappropriately, like we've seen with a lot of businesses recently with cryptos or stocks and stuff like that, it's just not working the way you thought. So like, let's say they just don't get, like, the point of that is, like, let's say Apple doesn't get a whole bunch of competition in their specific area, which they typically don't have. What happens? Then they remain dominant. It doesn't matter what happens. They remain dominant is what happens. Also, what happens if Elizabeth Warren does get the thing that she's pushing across, where Apple phones have to use the same cord as everybody else, the USB-C? I feel like most of us are thinking of this like in a way of like, oh yeah, cool, that'd be, or I think most of us, like what Elizabeth Warren is thinking, right? And the purpose of doing this type of thing is then all of a sudden you can use the cord for more than one thing and more than one device, in different types of phones. So you and your friends or whoever, you don't have to have a separate one, right? It gives them more utility. To do that though, stimulates the hell out of Apple, right? Because all of a sudden Apple's going to be offering USB-C cords to everybody who owns an Apple phone. And everybody's going to buy one. Everybody's going to buy more than one. That's like, is that not bullish for USB-C cords? I feel like that's something I actually have to pay more attention to, like to see what's happening with that. I know it's happening in Europe, but like USB-C cord market right now might actually be fire. It might be really fire right now. That might be like something to get into. And like, who makes the most USB-C cords? How do you get an Amazon USB-C cord shop going? Maybe I should try USB-C cord drop shipping. I think that might be the fire move of the next year or so. USB-C cord drop shipping, especially if Elizabeth Warren get her thing across. In Europe already got it across. It's like European ones, I don't know what that looks like. but I guess it would just have to be the USB-C or USB to USB-C portion. You could just sell that for the cheap. Yeah, that's interesting.
He's had, a pretty meaningful sell-off, but in the next third quarter and fourth quarter, we're going to have the SPR stop, and what happens with the Russian sanctions? So if all of a sudden energy starts being meaningfully higher, then inflation isn't going to be lower. And so I think as an investor, I wouldn't anchor either way. I think you still have to be, defensive in your positionings. I mean, that's why we have a lot of covered calls, because I don't think we're going to get this V-shaped recovery. Because you know what? Go back and look at the past 15 years. What has been in every single V-shaped recovery? What's been the one ingredient? The Fed. The Fed has been doing QE. Now they're doing QT. And so I think it's going to be kind of in the middle of the two. I don't think it's going to be extreme either way, but I do think investors need to settle in for more of like an L-shaped recovery versus this V that I'm hearing from a lot of the bulls.
What's going on, guys?
Just look at the chart, look at the gram, for me like I'm gonna breeze it. Get it from the start, ain't worry about rugs, 25 drip for the freebie. Just look at the chart, look at the gram, for me like I'm gonna breeze it. Get it from the start, ain't worry about rugs, 25 drip, you see me. 25 drip, you see me.
Woo! What's going on, guys? It's your boy Stunner Breezy, baby. Coming to you live with
This man really just be maxing out accounts.
another lit video, baby. Hey, man, you know how we do it. Might step outside. Got something for my day one. My day one, y'all ready? Check this out. Only my day one gonna nobody check this out. Watch it.
Oh my god.
Ah, yeah. I'm ready now. Stunner ready now, baby. Time for the best 10 minutes in crypto, baby. Let's get to it. All right, so today, we're going to do the airdrop to the new Square Dot, you know what I'm saying? You need a monster wallet right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take, probably airdrop about 300. So I'm going to send that to that wallet, and then I'm going to airdrop it, because I don't think that wallet has gotten that much in it. And I don't want to, I'm just going to compound in that wallet.
Monster
wallet.
wallet.
Send drip from this wallet to that wallet, and I'm going to airdrop my people. You're going to see it. Now, this video is from last night, so by the time you see the video, it's going to already be in your wallet. You know what I'm saying? But that's how I do. But first of all, I got to walk for the compound is here. Compound, hey, buddy. Ooh, look, 3,400 drip. Take me over 2,500. Take me over 2,500. Let's see, baby. Let's see. Come on. Come on, man. Work with me. Don't hate, hydrate. Oh boy, I got a new one. Don't hate, hydrate. That's what the haters are, the butters. Don't hate, hydrate. Yeah, boy. You understand what I'm saying? On the finger, let's get it. Success. Bam, 25,000. 25 drip when you see me. 25K when you see me. You already know, baby. Oh, before I do that, I gotta do this. Here's a little known fact, man. Every day I come to YouTube and I type in drip and I just put in, I just go look and I go like every positive drip video I see. I might not comment or none of that. You know what I'm saying? But I always go through and like those videos. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a little insight to what I do. So this is how I came across this guy, the Crypto Star Daily. I don't know if I never even seen it, but obviously he's in the crypto. And dude is hilarious, man. So he made a video right here. I'm gonna put it in the comments. You gotta go check it out. Put in the comments, Stunner sent me. You know, so y'all know what to do. Go to the video, watch it. It's hilarious, man. Ain't another one right here. I maxed out my drip. See, dude is hilarious, and I'm telling you, this video is so funny. But anyway, man, shout out to the Crypto Star Daily. I know what I'm doing. Hold on, come on the video. He don't even have nothing in the description of that. No, you don't have no referral link or nothing, man. But anyway, you gotta watch it, man. I'm gonna link it up. I gotta tell him when I say something. If it will let me comment. Let's see here.
Oh my god.
Drop it drip. I said to it with the Y, baby.
This is in 2x speed.
I'm
like, bro, it's just so slow.
This is before, so you'll probably see this before the video come out in my comment. But yeah, man, hilarious. I gotta check it out. But anyway, let's get back to this money, shall we? So I'm gonna pull up all the addresses. We're gonna do the airdrop. Let's new wallet. Let's see what we got here. Jump over to the faucet, baby.
Check that guy out now.
Shout out to the Square Dot. I see y'all stunting with your boy.
Like
so I got 68 right here. So I'm gonna hydrate that. And then I'm gonna send over like 300 drip over here. Be hydrated on the 68 right there, right quick. Another quick minute, man. Let's do it. Bam. Oh, the 10% got me. 10% got me. 298. So that's how good. We still gonna do it. Let's make it happen. Let's rock. Let's get it. Give away this money. Team airdrop. You know how we do.
298
my addy way. But between all magic players, yes. Minimum direction. You gotta have another team. First team, baby. Minimum net deposit. First one gonna be 25 each. How about that?
I know you're
they ain't gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? They just wanna sit back and talk crazy about forex. Forex. Man, better working. Man, better coming up with stuff. Partnerships and really doing the marketing. And hey, man, shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to these. No, I got you. See, you got repeat offenders. But yeah, man. So I'm gonna go through and do this. I'm gonna make it do what it do. So if you see your address, you got 10 drip coming to you, baby boy. See it? I'm gonna go slow so you can see it. We'll go slow so you can see it.
I don't want to click that one. I don't want to watch one right now. Go to this one.
Hi, I'm Steven, the Calculator Guy, and today we're going to talk about the bridge exploits, how to protect yourself from bridge exploits, and then like native and non-native assets and why they matter. Yes, I do have a black eye. I was punched in the face. I'd say you should see the guy who was my boxing coach. We were sparring. He's fine. So let's dive into it. If you don't know, there have been a string of exploits or hacks on bridges. I'm talking about Nomad. I'm talking about Horizon. I'm talking about Wormhole. All of these have something in common, and that's that the bridge wrapped asset ended up going down in value immediately after the exploit. However, Wormhole did make their investors whole again, and Wormhole is fully functioning once again. Pretty cool. Horizon, no. Nomad, probably not. And now if you go over to the Harmony chain, you'll see these one assets. These were the bridge wrapped assets. They are no longer at peg. They're worth dramatically less than they should be. And the same will probably go for the MAD wrapped assets, or the Nomad wrapped assets on Moonbeam and Evmos. So how does this happen? How does this work? Well, it's a pretty simple mechanism. I'm going to explain it like, let me explain it as simply as possible. The way these things work, let's open up AnySwap as an example, right? And let's do USDC from Ethereum to Avalanche. I think that would be a good example. So let's do Ethereum. It's probably going to ask me to switch chains. I'm cool with that. Computer's going to be slow. Don't worry. Let's get off of Harmony. Let's go to Ethereum. I don't have one on Ethereum. Okay, cool. So almost perfect. Let's do Avalanche because it's a really easy to think of example. So let's say I want to bridge a USDC from Ethereum to Avalanche. Perfect. What happens, right? Well, very, very, very simply, right? This is not the full mechanic, but very simply what happens is my USDC on Ethereum is native USDC, right? That's Circle USDC, Center USDC. That USDC will get locked up, burned, some people say, it'll get locked up on the AnySwap platform in a contract. And on the Avalanche side, USDC.E, which is effectively AnySwap bridge wrapped USDC, will be minted, and you can redeem it on the Avalanche side. So you have the real USDC, which is locked into the protocol, and then you have not real USDC, bridge wrapped USDC, minted, that represents that on the Avalanche side. Now, you can think of it like this. Imagine that you have a banknote that represents some amount of gold, right? There's a treasury full of gold, and you have a banknote representing a portion of that gold, right? You can go and you can trade that banknote for whatever the amount of gold that you have in that treasury is worth, right? Well, imagine now that treasury full of gold is robbed and the gold's gone. Who wants your banknote? Nobody. Demand goes down, the value of the note goes down to approximately zero. That's what happens when these hacks happen. The USDC that was locked in these bridges, whether it be Nomad or Horizon or historically Wormhole. Wormhole again is fine. I'm not fighting Wormhole. The USDC was taken, so you can imagine the gold is taken out of the treasury, and people then can't redeem their banknotes, their wrapped assets, their bridge wrapped assets for the actual asset, the native asset. And so Harmony One is a chain that was heavily affected by this because the vast majority of their assets were these one wrapped assets. This is the wrong chain. What am I on Ethereum now? Yeah. We're the one wrapped assets. So Harmony is suffering greatly. Moonbeam is now suffering greatly. What can you do to protect yourself from being exposed to these bridge wrapped assets? Now, if you're trying to not be exposed to any bridge wrapped assets, you're going to be in a pretty bad way. It's very difficult to do that, but it is possible. So if you go onto Circle's website, which is right over here, there it is, you can see where native USDC lives, right? Algorand, Avalanche, Ethereum, Flow, Hedera, Solana, Stellar, and Tron. Those are the, I want to say...
Interesting, where native lives. Avalanche, so Avalanche good, ETH good, obviously. Solana, USDC good.
9, is that it? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah. No, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different chains that you have native USDC, and then one sort of officially bridged USDC, which is on Polygon. So on these 8 chains here, you are interacting with native USDC. Now, Avalanche is a caveat. You have USDC native, and you have USDC-E, which is AnySwap wrapped USDC. If you want native USDC, this is where you can do that. I thought it was interesting that Hedera had it. It's a very small chain, but also, by the way, totally random. Hedera gives like 30% if you stake HBAR. Liquid staking on Stater. You can also hedge that off-chain. Get about 20% if you hedge. Delta neutral. Hey, we talked about that in the Discord. Go ahead and join it. Last day today to get the $15 a month locked-in price. After that, it's going to be at least $30 a month, subject to go up even higher. I do think we're $100 a month Discord, but of course, I'm not going to hike the price up that much all at once. That would be ridiculous, even though competitive Discords are at least that much. Anywho, that's what we got, right? Hedera has native USDC. So you could operate on these chains, or you couldn't. Now, let's say you don't know if it's native or not. Now, it's on this list, it's not native. But if you're going through the scanner, what you'll notice is this is USDC. This is Snowcrest. This is Avalanche. This is USDC native. Let's look at USDC.E. Bridged token. So if you see bridged token next to it on the scanner of the blockchain, that means it is a bridge wrapped token and that it has the potential to suffer from a bridge vulnerability or a bridge attack or bridge exploit. Now, AnySwap is like the poster child of secure bridges. However, that doesn't mean it's invulnerable. Anything, I don't want to say they can be hacked because I genuinely don't know the smart contracts well enough, but just know that this is a bridge wrap token, and bridge wrap tokens do have additional security risks to consider. If you go to Phantom Scam, look at their USDC, look at what it says. Look at what it says, bridge token. Go to Arbitrum, look at USDC, bridge token, bridge wrapped token. Go to Moonbeam, bridge token. This is a Nomad wrapped bridge token. Nomad was exploited. This token is having a bad time. So these are just things I want you to be aware of, to have in the back of your mind, and to understand as a potential risk or vulnerability in your portfolio if you are exposed to these bridge wrapped assets. I'm not saying that all bridge wrapped assets should be seen as equally vulnerable, but newer bridges definitely, as well as bridges that don't have like a Trail of Bits audit or like a Halborn audit or an Open Zeppelin audit. Those are like the big 3. If it has those 3 audits or any combination of those, probably it's going to be all right. But if it doesn't have those, then you're playing with fire, guys. So that's all I want to say. I just want to give you guys a little bit of background understanding on what was going on there. Just you can look at bridge tokens. Even on Gnosis Chain, on their interesting little Block Scout scanner, they tell you this is a bridged form of USDC. So do be aware of when your assets are bridge wrapped. Be aware of when they're native. If you can stick with native, you are reducing your risk exposure. But like plenty of people are getting yields on their AnySwap wrapped USDC on Phantom, and they're perfectly fine with that exposure. It's totally up to you what kind of exposure you want. But the point of this is, I want you to know whether or not you're dealing with a bridge wrapped asset or native asset, because that's my whole thing. I want you guys to be informed. I want you guys to understand what's going on. I want you to be the most nuanced and smart investors that you can possibly be to protect yourself in the ways that you think is best for you and your investment. So hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you know a little more than you did, and hopefully you can make more informed decisions. That's my whole goal. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And that's it, guys. Cheers. I don't have to do long videos because I'm not doing the YouTube ads anymore. So I can just make this quick 10-minute video, no ads, and I don't feel like I have to draw it out. Okay, I'm out. Peace.
Hello, thank you so much for clicking this video today. I really appreciate it. This is a weekly recap. We go over all the information that you've missed in Cardano in the past week, and we've got some very juicy details today. There was actually a hack of over $200 million on another bridge protocol. And normally on Cardano, we don't have to worry about stuff like this. Normally we don't have bridges coming to Cardano, but now we do with Alonzo. And this Nomad hack actually affected Wing Riders, a DEX on Cardano, and allowed people to lose some money. Hackers took money from the bridge, which then made the token on Wing Riders worthless. So some Cardano users lost a lot of money. We're going to be going into that today, talking about the whole story, what I think of it. We're also going to be talking about the fact that a bank has now actually started accepting ADA staking from a bank. So that's very exciting, and it's going to be a good video. Thank you guys so much for clicking on it. If you guys stay till the end, we're going to be doing an ADA giveaway at the end, so make sure you stay till the end to see how you guys can enter that. If you guys do enjoy the video, make sure you like, subscribe, click that notification bell, comment down below. Let me know what you think, any comments you have, any questions. And honestly, let's just jump right into the video. So just to jump right into the Nomad bridge hack, it's estimated over $150 million to $200 million was lost from them. Further farming on Nomad team that does that. And they also mention here that they sold 258K of stable coins. I mean, doesn't that equal
I'm like, yo, is this green screen just that fucking clear?
Over 500,000 ADA that they received from this, but they say here that only a small proceeds of 76k ADA will be used for user loss compensations where possible
like
once the situation stabilizes. Also reading further, some of the Nomad bridge funds were actually returned, so there may be some additional compensation coming from the Nomad, but I wouldn't count on it, especially when it comes from these hacks. But if the team swapped 258k of ADA, and this was before everything was figured out, this is when a bit of degeneracy that led to these hacks. Another thing that I would say is never put in using synthetic assets. And honestly, this makes me sad because when people see hacks like this, they get a bad taste in their mouth about crypto and the security of it without actually understanding that this was a bit of degeneracy that led to these hacks. Another thing that I would say, a bit unethical to me, but I'm curious on what you guys think down below. I'm not the arbiter of truth here. And the reason that I say it is sad for the space is because if I tell my mom that $200 million were hacked, or my grandma, they're going to think that was crypto as a whole. State in their article that this is a sad day for crypto, and I saw some people reply that it's a sad day only for wing riders, and I tend to disagree with that. It definitely is for wing riders. They've lost a lot of respect. I mean, the fact that one team member, sold all of that, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous in my opinion. I'm not sure why or what's happening with those funds, and also the fact that they requested a bounty from MinSwap, for the bug that they found. It just seems a bit unethical to me. But I'm curious on what you guys think down below. I'm not the arbiter of truth here. And the reason that I say it is sad for the space is because if I tell my mom that $200 million were hacked, or my grandma, they're going to think that was crypto as a whole. They're going to think it's the layer 1 blockchain and not these degens using synthetic assets. There's a lot of risk in using anything synthetic, anything with bridges. Think about what you're doing. You're opening yourself up to more risk. Whereas if you mint a token on Cardano, all you're relying on is the layer 1 blockchain.
Drip garden is pumping. What does that even mean? How can the drip garden itself pump? Just like deposits to it? I think that's it for videos that I had this morning. The top you bought. If you lost money with crypto, here's your chance. Low. Is he doing a head and shoulders pattern over the top of him right now? It kind of looks like it. I don't know, man. That made me want to look at the drip garden. Like, let me go in there and actually look at the drip garden. See, okay, it is up a little bit something today, like this price, but I guess that's because the token went up in price. Let me actually make sure I flip this boy. I want to be able to have $10, $20 a day whenever I want from this thing. And if it keep going up, I guess I would start having something nice, right? I forget if the drip garden is BUSD. So that ain't bad. I'd be able to stack heavy in that new drip pool. Well, when the animal farm comes unlocked, and I have the new drip pool, just $10, maybe $20 a week, $10. I can do $10 a day at first or something like that, I guess. If I got it high enough, just throw it. It just inflate my pool. Just inflate my pool. Just inflate it, boy. Blender is getting crazy. That looks crazy, bro. What the hell is that? Oh my god, this looks so dope. I'm just gonna save this video. I don't even know what he's talking about, but it just looks insane. So you're gonna add to my Blender playlist. Richard Hart on Pulse Chain. When Pulse Chain, XAP, bro. He's not saying shit about Pulse Chain. I think it's gonna be a fairly solid labor market for a while. That just okay. Yeah, I think that's what we got of this portion of things. I'm gonna put this on the wait screen for a bit. So we try to redo that drip video. Let me try to redo the video I was doing for AFP and drip. Let me go at it one more time, and I'll see which one I like more. Aren't I logged in now? Okay, well, fuck it. I'm not going to be logged in then. AFP. And then... Oh, and what probably took me so long with it is because I was using my own video as a source first. I need to get out of my section quickly. Okay, and then we need drip. All right, I think I'm about ready. Let's get ready to do this thing. Let's do this thing, right? Let's go, guys. Let's do it. Do I have all my pages ready? I don't have my indicators. I can throw them on during the video though. It should be nice and kind of like I'm doing something. As long as I don't click too many of the wrong things. All right, let's do it. All right, what's up, folks? It's your boy Smurf here with Money Match Gaming, and today we're going to be talking about the DRIP token, or the DRIP network, and the Animal Farms token, the Pigs token, specifically regarding the piggy bank. So I want to do some piggy bank analysis along with the token's price, so AFP's price along with the piggy bank, and then do some DRIP token price analysis. I should also say I'm not a financial advisor. It's not financial advice. I'm just a dude on the web looking at information, trying to see which direction the market's going as far as these two tokens right now. Obviously, the general market direction is bearish still, I think. But, you know, do your own research. That's the point of today's thing. All right, that said, let's jump on over to my Lappy Tappy. All right, so here on my Lappy Tappy, we're going to check out the DRIP price first, I guess. And I'm using the 10-minute chart right now. That's just because I just loaded this up. I'm actually going to go to the one-day chart because we want to look at this on a wider scale, just wider time frame, I should say. And so what I want to pay attention to here for the DRIP price, so this is the first thing that's bullish about DRIP, is that this is the first time during this entire downtrend of DRIP. DRIP's been going down since like, what, June, May? But this is the first time in the entire downtrend that DRIP has broken above the resistance level from the previous high. So I'm just talking about the previous high's resistance. So this is the previous high, and that resistance level, not including these little spikes, is around $7.30. So this is the first time we broke it. And every other time that we've done that in the history of the DRIP chart, there might be like one exception, but like I think pretty much every time, it's been it's signified a change in direction or upward momentum. So the same thing can be said for downward action. And it's kind of crazy that it's been that. It's just stuck to it that strongly. And so as you can see over here, we broke through. So we did break that other high. If we had failed to do this other high, if we failed to reach this number back here, we would have dropped, I believe, the way that DRIP's been going, if this theory were to be correct, right? So since we broke through here, this is signaling that it's going to go up. Now, right here, we could go sideways. We could do whatever the heck. However, I think the likeliness of the next action will be up and above this high. So it'll continue to go down. We'll continue to go down. This would be the downward scenario if we don't break what is it, 790. Let me go back. Let me actually zoom back in. I don't know why I just zoomed out. Yeah, about $7.90 in this next upward momentum. And this is on, I'm like, what is this pairing this with? It's all calling 778, 760. Let me see what the actual price of DRIP is right now, or on the website, because you know that differs a little bit. I'm just gonna try to get some information here. $8. So it's about $1 difference, that 10% or so. So I wonder if that's exactly 10% if I did the math. I'm not going to right now, but that means that for it to be up around $7.90, that was probably like $8.90, $9 or so, because we got to ignore the spike. So around $8.90, $8.80. If we break that level, $8.90, $8.80. So think like I guess it would be like $9 or $10. Like, so somewhere in the $9 or $10 range. Definitely if we break like $10, I would say. If we break like $10, I think it's going to take off, and I think it's not stopping for, somewhere around here or up here. So like the chances of like a $14 DRIP become like pretty possible. But that's just the bullish side of things. I also want to show this other side of DRIP. So that's if we break through that resistance. I don't want this to be too long. Over here, so just some past DRIP history. Same thing kind of played out. You can see that we had this high, excluding that spike right there. And if the new high went above it, then we went up. Otherwise, we kind of crabbed. And so crab, does this one break it? Nope. And then we have a new high. Does this high? And I guess it's comparing two different highs to determine whether or not we're going to keep going up. Does this one break it? Yeah. And so we crab a little bit, not too much, and we do break upward. So that's that situation. I feel like of any of these things today, this is the most speculative one, where I'm like doing probably some terrible TA. But if it holds up to the history of drip, I think that means that what we're seeing right now is the beginning of a change in momentum entirely for drip, and for it to actually like this be like the bottom, most likely for drip, or at least that we like do like a crazy recovery up to like, I mean, this level first. But that's a lot for how much people have been able to stack right now. It's gonna feel really crazy. So that's drip. Now looking at the also here, I forgot to throw on these. I like to use Bollinger Bands, and I don't know that I've had them on the last few times. So you could also look at the Bollinger Band and see where drip's at. Again, this is the 1 day chart. So kind of like what I was saying, you know, crossed over. So now it's going to be playing this level of the band as resistance, which is just this other high around that $7.20 or $8.20 probably range. And if we looked over here on the Bollinger Bands, it's pretty much the exact same thing playing out, where it's underneath the bands where I was talking about those resistance level, and then it breaks above. So the Bollinger Band is like a way for you to, like, without me saying it, that's pretty much going to play out everything that I was just discussing in different daily time frames, basically, and averages. That's the Bollinger Band on this one. Okay, AFP. So 10-minute chart, obviously this looks green, but we don't want to look at 10 minutes. We want to see the general trend of things. I already feel like this video is getting too long. About a month ago, if you check, it's actually the last video we made on YouTube, around the 22nd, I think it was. So I said that this was starting to be less than 3% drops a day. So these first few, it's dropping by like, you know, 6%, 6%, 6%, 6%, for 5%, 5%, 4%, 4%, 4%, 3%, 3%, 3%. And then when I made the video, it started to drop around 2% a day. And I was like, heck yeah. Because if it's dropping 2% a day and you're making 3% every day, then you're earning 1% per day on that investment. Now you just have to beat out this time. You know, you need to compound long enough to make up for this loss that you had, this loss period of about 30 days. If you get 30 days in the green here, this just to be neutral, like, you start to not really care about price fluctuations too much, because it's not going to fluctuate a whole bunch anymore, right? Most likely. And all of a sudden you're kind of in a golden range. So that's interesting for this. Around the time I made the video, again, is around 2% a day. And I said that if it continued at this rate, getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, then we would most likely see it flip. And so that video that I had was called, actually, I'm not gonna look it up right now, but it was something like, this will make you bullish on pigs. So let's pull the Bollinger Bands up on this thing. I think that concept is super simple to understand, so I'm not going to go too much into it, other than, like, yeah, you're earning 3% a day. You're only going down by 1% a day. Obviously, you profit 2%. That's, yeah, it's pretty simple. And then you're also compounding that profit, though. So, like, Jeebus, you know, if you're compounding it, you're probably pretty good. So, again, this last video we made was on the 22nd. Things were still going downward. I said it started to look bullish. We saw a little tiny spike up. It went down. That was the first, like, little challenge. Then, kind of like indecisiveness, I guess. But if we're going by that drip thing that I was just saying, then this high is beating this one. So two different tokens and different tokenomics and stuff like that. But if it plays out the same way, other than this 1 day here, right? This looks pretty dang bullish. And you know something else I might have forgot? Okay, this is on Heikinashi. So I'm like, I like to do Heikinashi candles too. So these are not, if you're looking at a chart and you're like, that does not look like my chart, that's probably because you just have candles on, which would put that many more days in there. You get to see like this. Heikinashi's kind of grouped the candles together. That's what I'm looking at with that. Yeah. And that's what's making me kind of bullish on this ecosystem. It's right in the top of this Bollinger Band. It's expanding. It looks like it might be coming back in a little bit. So we might be seeing like the end of that crazy parabolic rise that it was starting to get. But even if we crab a little bit, I think the next move is going to be up to, you know, this, not a lot stopping it from, like, you know, going up really ridiculous. Oh my goodness, it could get really ridiculous. Again, one of the videos that we made talking about this token specifically, we covered that basically for you to not make profit on this token, if you were to stick it out with this thing for a while and like just keep compounding, it needs to go down to like $1 range or something like that. Like, it needs to be extremely low. That's a lot of loss from right now. That's hundreds of percents down from where it is right now. The only thing that's going to cause something like that for a token typically is like some type of major exploit or hack. And so unless something like that happens, this is actually the way the tokenomics of it are built. pretty dang bullish, in my opinion. But that's it on this. This is too long again. See you guys in the next one. Your boy Smurf. We out. Yeah, y'all, I'm not gonna lie, that was too long again. I feel like that was way too long. Let me see how long that video was. I'm sure it was like 15, 20 minutes. Like, I just start talking too much. I need to like set a timer with like different time checks. How long was it? It was 10 minutes. It was only 10 minutes. How long was the one before that? 15 minutes. We got a 15-minute one. We got a 10-minute one. Which one did I like more? I might have liked the first one more. I did a whole bunch of different checks. I don't know, but the 10-minute one was also nice, concise, sweet. I don't know. 10-minute, 15-minute. How long was my last one? 9 minutes. 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 40 minutes. That's like 40 minutes, 41 minutes. What am I doing during this one? Oh, it was like actually listening to Forex talk. I was like, bro, what the hell am I doing for 41 minutes? It's not like a podcast type thing with somebody. Yeah. 10 minutes, 22 minutes. Okay. 17 minutes. 14 minutes. That 15-minute mark might be perfect for me, actually. I might upload the 15-minute marker. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, and unless we see something horrible with it, that'll be our boy. Also, in the other one, I actually watched the video, and I didn't watch the video this time. Okay. So it's not made for kids. Put it in default degen. Update. I have the other stuff for it. Private. Okay. Do I have this in the wait? I do. Let me go to the restroom for a second, folks. Folks, if there are any folks, take your order. No, take your order. Wow, bro. I like had not gotten this one screen over here to work the entire day. There it is. Okay, fine. I'm like, I had to control 5 of that boy. That boy. Can D Live work for me? You wanna actually work? What's up with you? Bruh, what is up with this interface? Let me see what happens if I go to chatting. Can I find myself? Yep, found it. How is it supposed to go and navigate this thing like this? But then I click on it, and do I get chat and stuff? Am I gonna get some type of view here? I'm like looking at this thing and I thought I had crypto charts too. I guess not. It's just straight up stocks. What is NDX? Is that NVIDIA? Should we lay into our final video, that Paul Barron? Yeah, just normal. There it is. How do you get out of this thing? Oh, look at this. This is actually funny. Hold on, let's see what they say here. Not like funny, but like in comparison, like what I was just talking about on this topic, which was, I was like, it's kind of conspiracy theories. Like, I don't have a bunch of stuff. It's like a gut feeling type of thing.
Meanwhile, the jobs picture, not as hot everywhere as Mike just told us about some of those sectors that are benefiting. Hiring at small U.S. small businesses slowed for the 5th consecutive month. So what are those small businesses seeing that everybody else in this economy is not seeing? For that question, let's bring in Paychex CEO Marty Musi, who's seeing things in this economy that even the government data doesn't see. Marty, is this just a question of small businesses really just running out of people to hire here? What's going on?
Well, I mean, I think, it's always a little bit tougher for small businesses. While job growth has decreased some from a level of growth, there's still job growth with under 50 employees. But the issue is really finding the people. So the postings are at an all-time high. We're seeing job postings still very high for small businesses, but they're having a problem finding people. And, that's always a little bit tougher for under 50. They don't have as much flexibility in the jobs from a work perspective, maybe not remote work. The benefits aren't always as strong. They're certainly adding a lot of those things, but it's not quite as strong for under 50, but not for lack of demand. The demand is still very strong for their goods and services.
Marty, what makes you wonder about the wages picture here, too, right? Because the wage number was good in this report today if you're a worker, not so good if you're a small business trying to hire. And I wonder if wage inflation is just a particular problem for small business because they just don't have the flexibility, adaptability, the enormous balance sheets that big companies have. So if they've got to pay more, that really hurts a small business.
Well, that's a very good point. It's a little bit harder to pass on the price increases in a lot of small businesses. So we're seeing on the under 50 employee businesses, about a 5%, 5.1% wage increase year over year. That's up from almost 2.5% just about a year and a half ago. So it's really increased quite quickly. And in some areas, sectors like other services or leisure and hospitality, the wage increase is more like 6 or 7%. One other number that's really interesting, though, while we're back, as I'm sure heard from the BLS report today, that we're back to pre-pandemic levels overall. Leisure and hospitality is still 1.2 million jobs less than pre-pandemic, and it's been picked up really with big increases in transportation and warehousing and professional services. That's where the jobs have been coming, and you're not seeing quite as many of those in the small business area.
Why is leisure and hospitality hurting so much? I mean, where do those workers go? I mean, we talked a lot about the stimulus back during the pandemic that might have encouraged some people to sit on the sidelines a little bit. But now that's over. You think that that's worked its way through the economy and those employees should be coming back. You're saying they're not.
They're not because, it's a lot less flexibility and people have gotten used to remote work and flexible work hours, hybrid schedules. That's a lot harder to do in leisure and hospitality. And there's still some COVID fears, some health fears. They've got to be on the spot in front of people and some still wearing masks. It's just not as easy to hire in leisure and hospitality when you can go other places. And even with the higher wages in leisure and hospitality. The other interesting stat that we just saw today that we had not seen before is the multiple job holders. So people holding multiple jobs, a full-time and a part-time, is at a record level. Very interesting that maybe some of this big jobs number was from people holding multiple jobs, which is at an all-time high right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up COVID because that's where I wanted to go next. I mean, my personal theory here is what's going on is this just enormous demand surge post-COVID that has just distorted the entire economy, and we're all sort of working our way through that. But you wonder how much the COVID situation is hurting these small businesses right now. I mean, I personally was out with COVID last week. You think I was fortunate enough to be able to take a whole week off of work, no problem. A lot of hourly workers can't do that. And when they step out of work for COVID, that hits their employers, that hits the restaurants, that hits the service industry. How much are you seeing people just out sick showing up in this data?
Yeah, you're definitely seeing it. Glad to have you back on the job. And you're right. They can't take that time off. Or if they have to take care of someone, if they have to take care of a child that has to stay out of daycare or out of school, if they have to take care of an elderly parent, that's not as easy for leisure and hospitality. So it really has made it difficult for leisure and hospitality jobs, small restaurants and hotels and so forth, to get the people back in because they don't have the flexibility that you're finding in a tremendous number of jobs now. So we're still seeing growth, but it is tougher to get them in leisure and hospitality. There's no doubt about it.
Marty Mucci, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate your expertise and what you're seeing.
All right, interesting takes. Okay.
Here to share his key takeaways from this morning's number is Kevin O'Leary. He's the chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, recession's off, I guess. Does this mean that all those CEOs who are trying to lure those stay-at-home workers back into the office are just going to have to suck it up now? I mean, workers still have the upper hand in this economy? What do you think?
Well, let me give you some anecdotal data that you'll find very interesting. I've got 10,000 employees across 54 different private companies in every sector in almost every state, 50 to 500 million in sales private. We thought that we couldn't get 15% back to the office, primarily in accounting, logistics, and compliance departments who sat in cubicles in the basement. Here we are, 30 months later, 55% did not come back to the office. Over half, 55%. When we threatened them with saying, you lose your job, if you don't come back, they say, great, I'm going to work for somebody else. Our CFO has never seen our headquarters, and she is one of the best and the brightest. Couldn't get her back. So the world's changed, the economy's changed. For every job I have 0.4% people to hire. I can't hire anybody in California. Minimum wage in leisure and consumer products and commercial kitchens, $15. I'm paying $22 if I can hire somebody. This economy is.
How do you manage that environment? How do you manage that environment? I mean, we're like in the upside down here, right? I mean, CEOs, guys like you, are used to being the boss, telling people what to do. I want you in the office. I want you to come here. I want you to go there. You can't really do that if you're talking about 0.4% of people out there that you can hire. I mean, you have to be very solicitous of these employees. It's worker power right now.
It is worker power, and I have to abide. I have to be the dude. I have to abide. And I got to tell you something. The greatest employees ever want what they want, and I don't want to lose them. So I've got to be very, very flexible. But frankly, with technology today, we get tremendous productivity. There's no question about it. And just to let you know something, I know I should be concerned about a recession, and I don't want to be overall optimistic. This quarter we're in right now is the best quarter we've ever had in terms of free cash flow. Our businesses are on fire. So I know we're talking about recession. I know the tech sector is laying people off, but in consumer goods and services, 65% of the American economy, we are rock and roll here. By the way, we don't need another payout from the government. We don't need the Build Back Better anti-inflation, whatever they're calling that bill. Please don't do that. Absolutely unnecessary. CHIPS Act, don't need it. The economy is doing its own thing after $6 trillion of printed money. I can't wait for the midterms, and I'm not political, but I know what's going to happen. This administration is going to get wiped out, and it'll be gridlock in Washington. As an investor, I love it. I love it. 90 days
You're
away.
In the pro-gridlock party. Let me ask you about those good employees, though, because you talk about the good employees, right? And those are people you want to be solicitous of. You want to bend over backwards to make them happy, but we all have worked in all kinds of jobs, and there are also employees who aren't that good. And the old sort of chainsaw Al thing was like you just cut the bottom 10% every year, and you're kind of ruthless to the bottom performers. But now we're talking about things like labor hoarding, where executives are just going to keep people on the payroll because they're terrified of running out of bodies. How do you deal with sort of your poor performers in an environment like this, where you might be afraid to let them go?
I'll tell you something that's interesting. I spend probably 10% of my day talking to my woman who runs HR in our corporate office. I don't want to whack anybody. I don't want to give anybody up. I don't want anybody leaving whatever they want. You can't hire people. You can't get them anymore. If they have institutional knowledge and they've got some history with the company, why would you ever give that up? I mean, unless they really breach the mandate they're in, there is no way I give them up. I don't care where they work. They can have a pig farm in Oklahoma. They can work on a ranch somewhere else. I don't care. The world's changed so much, and our businesses are on fire.
It's amazing, right? I mean, the whole corporate culture was built around this idea of show up for work, wear the suit that your boss wears, all this performative meetings and whatnot. Turns out none of that mattered because we're not doing any of that anymore, and your business is on fire.
I've never even met my CFO. Never met her in person. Never met her.
That's astonishing to me. It's astonishing. It's a new world. Gentlemen, Larry, thanks so much. Really appreciate your time.
So, well, they blow up that Elon Musk article and stuff like that about what Elon said. That's how Kevin O'Leary's feeling. I'm sure it's not just Kevin O'Leary.
The importance of standing apart from the investing crowd. Joining us right now in an exclusive interview. Discuss his latest memo.
I've always kind of worked that
his
way.
legendary investor, Howard Marks, he's co-chairman.
Very rarely I've ever had
Howard, it's great to see you. We've all been trying to make sense of what has been a crazy market.
So, like, I saw that as the future.
Where we're headed. You've always sort of had a
Some of my
contrarian
friends
view about everything. So
they were like good employees. Like that was kind of like Kevin just mentioned. Like if it's a good employee, we don't care where they work. You know, one of my friends, like years ago, he was like, he saw me working from home and stuff, and he was like, wow, you know what? I bet if I just have like some really awesome quarters, I can ask them, like, oh, you want to move, but I still want to work here. Like, and it's not really necessary for me to come into the office like that and like take up the energy and all this stuff. But I'll just work from home. I bet they let it happen. And so sure enough, he put on some fire quarters and went to his boss. Said, yo, I want to move out of state and go and travel and stuff. And I'll still work for you, still produce these numbers or better. And just let's try it. The boss said, yeah. I think he actually ended up like helping them like create like a new office in another state then afterward. So it's like, yeah, if you're successful, this might just be another way. Might just be another way. All right, I think I wanted to put it on. We're gonna put on this thing for a second. Hopefully they don't flag the video and be like, you watch so much of other people's content. It's that USD guy. I'm like commentating and shit.
All right, so welcome into our live stream today. Of course, it's Friday, and it's a big day because there's a lot happening in the space. In the essence of not only some of the assets that are running within the market, getting a little bit of lift in a few tokens, the big question is how are we going to potentially pull out of what could be the pseudo recession? We're going to dive into a lot of that, give you guys some macro analysis from an economic researcher that I think you're going to like. And this is really for you guys to understand what we're facing overall as an investment class, both on the crypto side, along with traditional finance as well. My name is Paul Barron. Welcome back into Tech Path. Joining me today, of course, is Jeff Snyder, who is an economic researcher, and I had a chance to listen to a few interviews with Jeff. He intrigued me with his thought, and I said, we got to get him on the show. So, Jeff, thanks for stopping in today.
Oh, my pleasure, Paul. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, so first a little bit about the Eurodollar podcast. I've listened to a couple episodes, watched you on a handful of really deep dive videos that really break down what's happening on the economic front that could really affect what's happening on crypto and traditional finance. Quickly about Eurodollar and the podcast. What are you guys trying to do over there?
Well, we're trying to actually understand the monetary system, the financial system, the banking system globally. Of course, then it leads into the global reserve currency system and how these things actually work, which is very different than what we've all been taught in school and what you hear on mainstream media press about, the Fed. Right. Essentially looking behind the veil to the actual monetary system itself to see what actually goes on there and all the different ways it all pieces together, not just the financial system and asset classes, but also the real economy, politics, and all the other stuff that happens day to day and year to year.
Okay, so Jeff, I want to get into a couple of details here around signals. So our audience, some are brand new into investing. These are maybe their first time to really go into asset classes. Crypto usually is one of the big entry points. Obviously, we see it in the traditional finance and securities area as well. But what we talk about here on this show quite a bit are what are the signals? The signals either to exit, the signals to buy, signals to hold, those kind of things. We're watching for those little elements. Obviously, we analyze all the tokens and projects and obviously the earnings from a traditional finance side of things and securities. But what are you looking at when you think signals globally? And this could be, or we should be, more importantly, watching what's happening with the Fed. Should we be looking at the central banks and the ECB? Should we be taking a look at interest and more of the price discretionary side of things? What is right now in the middle of your bullseye?
Well, since I have such a particular monetary focus, I want to know what the monetary system itself is doing. We have no real way of observing exactly what goes on because it's offshore, it's bank-centered, all that kind of stuff. We have to take a look at the markets and how they're moving. By markets, I mean bond markets, fixed income markets, derivative markets, and what they tell us is what the monetary system is thinking, what it's actually pricing, how it's considering the evolution of the economy, monetary policy, the Federal Reserve, ECB, central banks, all that stuff. All of it gets thrown together. So we're looking at the yield curve, we're looking at something like Eurodollar futures curve, we're looking at derivatives like interest rate swaps, basically all the fundamental properties of the monetary system to give us enough of a signal that we can piece together sort of what we hope is a reasonable summation of the macroeconomic or macroscopic picture of finance, the financial system as well as the economy.
Okay, so I like the fact really studying money when you think about it, because obviously those have so many, obviously has a huge effect on all the different market aspects, including crypto. Obviously we see it more and more, especially from a liquidity aspect, but also from a collateral aspect. And there's some things that you've talked about in terms of collateralization, how that might go to work, and maybe that we could be actually running into a shortage of collateral Explain that theory, because I've listened to it a couple of times on what you've explained on a couple of podcasts, and even I was really trying to get my head around it, how this potentially affects these bigger markets. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, the monetary system has, essentially it's a collateralized system, and it has been that way ever since August of 2007, simply because the unsecured liquidity markets, interbank markets broke down in the financial crisis, and they never really rebuilt. Repo or repurchase agreements, which are collateralized interbank lending, basically the backbone of liquidity across the entire global reserve currency system. Obviously, if you're going to participate in that market, you have to have collateral coming to it. So in the pre-crisis era, it was common to find all sorts of really bad collateral, junk collateral, subprime mortgage tranches sometimes, but really just stuff that was essentially illiquid. And when the crisis happened, a lot of that other types of collateral sort of got, they got expunged from the repo markets entirely. And in the post-crisis era, much of what goes on in these secured financing transactions, you got to have some form of government bond in order to secure that liquidity, which means we're preferencing things like Germany's bonds or the U.S. Treasury market. And even in the U.S. Treasury market, we're looking at Treasury bills as sort of the best collateral. So when we look at the Treasury bill market, it can tell us something significant about what's happening system-wide in terms of collateral, because if there's, for example, an excess of demand for Treasury bills, that means that the entire system is being herded and rushed and pushed into the best of the best quality collateral. We can make a bunch of interpretations about why that is and what that means, but that's not something you ever want to see. If everybody's only going to be using the best quality collateral, that's a sign of risk aversion, that's a sign of shortage, that's a sign of real monetary problems, which is exactly what we've been witnessing over, especially for the last 3-4 months, where Treasury bill prices are through the roof and Treasury bill yields are ridiculously low, which is indicative of a high degree of demand.
All right, so demand goes up, prices go down. Obviously, we see that in any other kind of monetary system out there. There's been some theory around Treasury bills that this could be actually a risk area for the overall market as a whole. And if you look at some analysts out there, they are concerned that this could actually be a risk class that everybody's being herded into, especially from an institutional grade side of things. With that being the case, if we do see a safe haven potential, because that's kind of the real question is, how does this current situation from an inflation standpoint, the price pressures that the U.S. obviously is dealing with in just in general commodity pricing and general goods and services, how does all that play into this for a potential investment down the road in terms of a short-term play on this? If I was looking at crypto or possibly stocks, or maybe I'm just looking at holding cash over the next 6 months, all these things are kind of coming into one place. What's your theory right now over the 6 months?
Well, the shortfall of collateral, then some other things that go along with it are certainly, they're more deflationary than not. And it's deflationary in outright money, lack of liquidity. What it really suggests is that there's a high degree of fragility across the monetary system, which means the slightest little spark could set off another sell-off, another cascading sell-off, and any number of asset classes, which we've already seen this year back in March and April. And then again, mid-June, those sell-offs correspond directly with other types of signals, not just T-bill prices, that tell us that collateral shortages has drained liquidity through much of the U.S. dollar system and created all sorts of these financial problems. And that gives us an idea of what inverted yield curves, inverted Eurodollar futures curves are really pricing for the intermediate term, which is a high degree of deflationary risk because of what we already see going on in the monetary system in terms of lack of liquidity, lack of flexibility, and collateral.
All right, so I mean, that, to me, that kind of spells a little bit of a doom scenario here. That we could
a little bit.
Yeah, we could be facing because I think a lot of people are looking at the last FOMC meeting and seeing that as a little bit of a dovish position. We'll call it that. I'm still a little bit more of a naysayer that was Powell positioning and posturing for political theater more so than anything. And when you look at that over, say, the next 2 quarters, because we're going to see inflation start to back off most likely, but most likely Powell's going to continue to hold down on the interest rate side of things, which is kind of the public format of, hey, look, we're controlling inflation. Where is the real story that we as investors should be watching? Because this looks to me as we could be barreling down toward a much tighter liquidity issue, which means we're going to see some sell-offs and potential amazing prices, maybe in whether stock market or even crypto. What are your thoughts on some triggers that we need to watch for?
Well, that's what the markets are telling us, that the near-term future is incredibly ugly. The level of inversion in the yield curve will start there. We haven't seen since 2007. The level of inversion in the Eurodollar futures curve, which is specifically tied to 3-month LIBOR, therefore money rates, we haven't seen September of 2007. So these are really not good comparisons. And the Eurodollar futures curve in particular, by being so inverted and being where it's being inverted, what it's basically telling us, skipping a few steps and oversimplifying a little bit here, the curve is essentially priced for the Federal Reserve to stop hiking rates at some point this year and then maybe aggressively start cutting them. So the Fed currently believes rate hikes into the end of 2023, maybe 2024, and then then they're going to discuss about whether or not they've met the neutral rate policy, whether or not that's been effective in terms of consumer prices. And the market's saying absolutely not. There's no chance rate hikes go as long as the Fed wants it to go. Okay. And the market is hedged for, like I said, a much quicker turnaround in the Federal Reserve than most people, certainly Jay Powell or any FOMC officials, are currently expecting. And so you have to ask yourself, the yield curve, Eurodollar futures, interest rate swaps, all of these markets, the rising US dollar exchange value, all of these negative signals in the framework of the Fed pivoting long before it's ready to pivot, what kind of scenarios would the economy marketplace have to produce in order for that to actually happen? And they really aren't very good at all. So the markets are currently positioned for, yes, the Federal Reserve is going to hike rates aggressively until it can't. And really, the until it can't part is the question right now. Right. I was looking at, obviously we know that the bill being put forth right now on the Hill is now moving into somewhat, could be an approval position. This is kind of the anti-inflation bill or the fix-it bill. Sinema is saying she's going to move forward on it. This most likely means it's going to hit. What are your thoughts on this? Because there's some key things happening within that. It's kind of a stimulus in essence to more of big business, government, scenarios. A lot of the structure. It's not. Don't get too excited out there if you guys are watching. It's not a stimulus back to the public, but it does and possibly could stimulate some of the business side of things. Do you think this is going to make any effect whatsoever? I think there's more likely to be longer-term effects that aren't very good. Because let's face it, the government is the least effective, least productive means of redistributing resources in any economy. So the more the government does, there might be a short-term impact, a short-term boost, but it won't last, and it won't be. And over the long run, it'll end up probably being more harmful than good. And we've seen any number of examples whenever the government gets involved in the economy in any big way, it usually doesn't lead to the outcomes that the government is hoping for. And again, we don't really know what the government's trying to do here because, Paul, you and I were talking off air. Has anybody actually read the bill yet? Do we really know what's in it, other than what we've heard so far, which is platitudes, a bunch of public posturing and political posturing and things like that? So I think your characterization of sort of a big business giveaways is probably closer to the truth. And if that's what it ends up being, then the effects will probably be negligible over the intermediate term. At best, a short-term boost, but even that is debatable.
Yeah, we're going to continue to do some research on this because I think that when you see these kinds of initiatives, especially bipartisan initiatives like this, starting to raise their heads in D.C., it usually indicates other things. There's something that if you follow the money, you follow where the intention is going, especially all the way down to the actual lawmakers that are going into these and trying to structure the bill and kind of groom it, so to speak, could have some effect on other markets out there. We're going to be watching that for sure. The one thing she noted was they agreed to remove the carried interest tax provision. This is something that I was looking at. Protect advanced manufacturing, and then of course go out with clean energy, which is kind of their. It seems like they're getting back to the Green New Deal, but piecemealing it through a whole slew of bills. Granted, those could have some effect on a lot of stock prices. Maybe we might see this in short term have some little ups and downs. I want to get back to the potential for where crypto markets could be going, because crypto is almost in lockstep right now with the S&P. And S&P, from the looks of it, could be one of the ones that takes it on the chin right now, at least in the near future, if this plays out to basically what you're kind of alluding to. Do you see that in Q3, 4, or maybe more like in Q1?
It's it's hard, it's really hard to say exactly when it happens, but I think you're right that eventually what we're looking at is another leg.
The markets are calm before the storm. This is Friday, about 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and the markets are getting ready to close. Bitcoin is bumping up and down, as well as other crypto, Ethereum, all crypto assets are kind of ranging right now. So let's take a look at what's going on. The markets were down a little bit this morning on the jobs report. So what do I mean by calm before the storm? So markets have been relatively flat after a nice little rebound here the last few weeks, but we have this interesting payroll report today where 528,000 jobs were gained in July. Basically, most of the jobs, if not all of the jobs lost in the pandemic in terms of numbers, have been now replaced or reclaimed. The question is, what types of jobs are these? And they're mostly in the service sector, like government jobs that were created. So the interesting thing about this is this kind of clouds the water for the Fed because the economy is appearing to be strong, adding jobs. Inflation is still strong. We're going to get the report next week on inflation. That's another storm that I'm talking about. So you have the perfect storm. You have strong jobs. You have what appears to be a strong economy, although we had a negative GDP print in the face of all this. So the Fed has a dilemma. They have got to get inflation under control. If that inflation prints in the 9s again or higher, some people are calling for higher, some are calling for lower. But if it prints hotter, the Fed has got to come out strong to get inflation under control, because as people go back to work, that's more money that's going to get pumped into the economy. And the Fed can't do anything about supply. All they can do is demand destruction. And how do they do that? By making people feel less wealthy, by ruining asset prices. The housing market is still pretty hot in a lot of markets. It's correcting in others. But with interest rates and bond yields where they are, bonds rose a little bit on this news today, 2.8%. That's keeping pressure. Low bond rates are keeping pressure on mortgage rates to come, to stay down, which is obviously spurring a little bit of demand in housing, but not much. Still record low mortgage rates. The mortgage industry is preparing for a major restructuring as companies are going out of business. People are getting laid off because demand is just down across the board. But it's an interesting setup for the Fed and what they have to do, because they have got to get after inflation. You can see right here where the jobs were created all in one chart. Leisure and hospitality led the pack. Well, professional jobs right behind it. Healthcare, government was a big one. Transportation, retail, manufacturing, construction. So where the supply is created is where the least amount of jobs were created. Where the demand is where the most jobs were created. So very interesting dilemma for the Fed. So let's take a look at the charts. Bitcoin, as we've been looking at, has been in this bear flag range. Waiting for further guidance in terms of what the Fed's going to do and what recession is going to look like. So right now, it just appears to be another bear flag until the trend breaks. This trend line here that we've been kind of watching until that trend line ultimately breaks to the downside. That's all we can do is just kind of wait and watch and see price kind of trend along here. The interesting thing is, I tried to do this the other day, and as you know, I'm no technical analyst. I'm a macro investor. I invest in real estate, companies, stocks, crypto. Serial entrepreneur since 1997. If you knew the channel, I talk about all kinds of things. I talk about real estate investing and development, entrepreneurship, buying companies, building companies, investing in stocks, crypto, but mainly from a global macro perspective. That's how I make all my investment decisions, business decisions, and that's how I've made them since my full-time foray into entrepreneurship in 1997. I've been self-employed since then, have not looked back. So that's kind of my journey. So I use these charts just to kind of track ranges, patterns, things like that. As we know, Bitcoin and crypto have been in a macro bull cycle since existence. It's just been number straight up. It provides the biggest and best returns. You hear a lot of the numbers quoted about how Bitcoin and crypto have outpaced everything else in terms of returns. That's because they started from zero. So if you started every stock from zero or every piece of real estate from zero, well, your returns would be thousands of percent as well. The problem is when a stock gets listed at a price versus starting from zero. So the returns are exponential a lot of times. We looked at a couple of meme stocks lately that had 1,000% return, but obviously when you have an asset like Bitcoin that started from zero and hit 64,000, I mean, there's nothing else really has done that other than real estate. There's been real estate that started at zero and has had exponential gains like that, but not in 10 years necessarily. And the problem with an asset like this and the whole narrative of hodl and buy and hold, you'll never lose money. And anybody who's bought Bitcoin or crypto, and well, at least Bitcoin in 4 years has never lost money. Well, it just depends on where you buy. If you bought right up here at the peak of 2021, here we are. Year and a half later, and is it going to get back to there in 2.5 years? I don't know. So it really a lot depends on where you buy. And ideally, if you're a long-term holder, you want to buy the dips and sell the rips and kind of grow your portfolio. If you are a believer in Bitcoin, your goal should be to accumulate more. How do you accumulate more if your resources are limited? Because you don't want to borrow to buy Bitcoin. I know there's a narrative out there, Michael Saylor telling everybody sell your house, get a lien on your house, or borrow against your house, sell everything you own, borrow against your company, and buy Bitcoin. That's great to tell people to do to come into the space, but he's not personally following his own advice. You can go back and look at all of his interviews, and his loans are unsecured. They're business loans. He didn't leverage his house. He's not taking everything he owns personally and selling it and buying Bitcoin. So he's telling people to do what he's not doing. So you got to watch these narratives that people tell you to do. So if you're not borrowing, you're not leveraging, and you're just buying using cash, and your cash flow is limited, then what you do is you buy on the dips, you sell on the rips, buy lower, sell higher, buy lower, sell higher, buy lower, sell higher, so you can accumulate more. And that should be the ultimate goal, is to accumulate more. So if you're just dollar cost averaging down, you're just reducing your buying power ultimately. If you just sold here and waited till you got down here, then you could buy exponentially more than you would have if you dollar cost average down. So that's one way to look at it. Everybody's got to do what's right for them and their system, their business model. Some people allocate every week, every month, no matter what. Some people dollar cost average down, but I've always been a range player, whether it's business, real estate, stocks, doesn't matter what it is. I like to buy on the dips, sell on the rips, and run with the ranges in the cycle. So that's why I watch the trends. That's what I use the charts for. And then there's obviously macroeconomic cycles that you have to watch as well. The business cycle, right? The peaks and the valleys, the dips, the ranges and the trends. But right now, this is the 200-day moving average. Bitcoin rejected off that. It's been under it ever since. The question is, will it come back up and touch it again somewhere out in this area? Will Bitcoin range for a little while, come up, pop that 200-day moving average again before it ultimately rolls over into a longer, more bear market consolidation like we've seen in the past? And where we've seen examples. So the red line is the 200-day moving average. In 2018, when price collapsed, it came up rejected at the 200-day moving average, rolled over, and you can see these bear flag consolidations as price worked its way down, and ultimately came back up, rejected under the 200-day moving average again, didn't get quite close, but rejected again, then consolidated a little more before a final drop. So if you look at that price action, it was a year that all of this took for it to play out. It was basically exactly 1 year to get to the bottom, and it came up to that 200-day moving average a couple of times along the way. And this has been a little bit more of a drawn out process, but again, same kind of price action where it consolidates, drops, consolidates, maybe pops up a little bit, drops, pops up, drops. And you can see another thing that's happening here as well is these ranges that it gets back to sometimes before it goes on for that next move. So if you look at these lower ranges here, now this was back during the Do Kwon time frame here, where price was a little bit skewed, and of course Michael Saylor was buying, but you had this low range here, price would be rejecting off that line, coming across there. You have this low range here where price never really got back to it, right there. Not a great straight line, but you get the idea. Price never got back to it. Same thing here. If I can kind of run along this dotted line here, I'm using a mouse, or on a touchpad. Mac is what I use. Used to be a PC guy, I'm a Mac guy now. Maybe I'll make a video on that one day. But used Windows PCs forever, switched to Mac a few years ago, and have not looked back, never will. But anyways, you kind of have this where the price dropped to initially, you just kind of draw a line over there. Price kind of maintains itself in that area. Again, this range was a little manipulated when Michael Saylor still buying. Do Kwon buying kind of drove price a little crazy, but the last time you had this line straight across, price did not quite make it up, so that's kind of been the resistance zone, and it hasn't really made it up in this area. It's getting somewhat close, so that's kind of something to watch there. If price does get above that and break up, then you could potentially have a reversal coming along. So let's remove all these drawings. So that's what you'd be looking at there. And of course on the weekly, we've been tracking this 200-week moving average, and price is now getting back below it. Came out a little bit above it and has been now rejecting off of it, so we need to see if price can reclaim that 200-week moving average. And it's possible that the price could find a base right here in this range, like we've been talking about, between that 17.8 and 24,000 range, and just kind of range in here for a while the macro environment plays itself out, recession, things like that. So that's entirely possible and not off the table yet. And unfortunately, there's no way to know. Nobody knows for sure what's going to happen. It's all about liquidity. It's all about the Fed. How aggressive do they get? What does QT look like when they start rolling off the balance sheet? What do traditional markets do? Because really everything hinges from a price action standpoint on traditional markets. And as we see, the Dow is in a nice bear market rally. Has been. Now it's in this little consolidation before potentially the next drop, especially with the Fed coming out commenting on jobs with the hawkish talk that they've had. But we've seen this movie before, if you will. If you go back and look towards any other bear market cycles that we've had in traditional markets, this was the taper tantrum here. Last couple of times the Fed tried to stop QE and start raising interest rates and stop QE. Markets roll over, and then of course 2009 was the last real traditional bear market that we had, and you can see how markets just kind of roll over into that cycle right back in here. And this took a little while for this to happen. How the markets kind of work their way down and work themselves down. So really, at the end of the day, it's liquidity. This was $2 trillion that pumped these markets straight up from the bottom in March of 2020. All of them just basically straight up. So that liquidity is coming out of the market. It has to unwind. And here's Bitcoin on that same path. And then the unwinding started. Then there was another run, irregular correction. This was the retracement alt season, things like that. And then it's just been bear flag, working its way down to try to find the bottom. A lot of technical confluence that it potentially could get back to this 14,000, 12 to 14,000 level. And maybe it gets back there and puts in a base. Maybe it goes back down and checks the macro cycle bottom around here in this $3,000 level after 2018 where it hit. So we just don't know. A lot of people will tell you the price is absolutely definitely going to get back to 100,000 beyond. We don't know that. One scenario could be this could be somewhat of a top that Bitcoin is putting in locally right now for a little while. I doubt that, especially with the announcement from BlackRock the other day that we talked about, where BlackRock is partnering with Coinbase as a fulfillment partner to help bring institutional clients into the space. And again, like we talked about, that's not something that's going to happen tomorrow or next week or even by the end of the year potentially. They're going to want to see more regulation. They're going to want to see more stability in price. And they're going to allocate bits at a time, little bits at a time. But the main thing that those investors are watching out for is they're going to want to see this price stabilize. They're going to want to know that Bitcoin is stabilized, it's found the bottom. The global macro environment is there's more certainty there, especially from the Fed in terms of what's going on before they start allocating to the space. But they will allocate to the space. So there's potentially hundreds of billions to $1 trillion or more of investable capital in the institutional world, just on small 1-2% of assets that could potentially enter the space going into next year. So that is encouraging, and that tells you that Bitcoin's not going anywhere. It's not going away. Ethereum's not going anywhere. It's going through the merge, moving from proof of work to proof of stake. There's differing opinions, expert opinions on whether or not that's going to work, what the miners are going to do, all those types of things. We don't know until it happens. We'll have to wait and see what that's going to do ultimately to the price and to the asset itself. And then the other altcoins out there, which ones are going to survive, which ones aren't. Time will tell, and we'll just have to wait and see. But as far as Bitcoin goes, it's not going anywhere. The question is, what value will it ultimately settle at for a base, for a new macro bottom for this cycle, and where will it go next for an all-time high? Nobody knows for sure. Nobody knows it will go up, it will go down, or how far it goes either way. What we do know is where it's been, what the patterns have looked like in the past. As the asset matures, more capital comes into the space, we get regulation, that will change. Especially if you get a spot ETF, you get institutional capital coming into the space, all those types of things, that will drive the price back up again. The question is how far. That we don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But it's easy to anticipate, and it's probable that it could reach 100,000 somewhere in that range because it reached the 60. So 100 is not too far from that. That's also realistic and probable it could reach back to 3,500 because it was there recently in 2020. So those are the ranges we're looking at. These are the things I'm looking at. I'll see you in the next video.
BlackRock chose to partner with Coinbase because of its scale in the market.
Yes, welcome back everybody to Altcoin Daily. I'm Austin. In today's video, I want to share with you what's happening with cryptocurrency, including Bitcoin, the metaverse, a Voyager digital update, what token Vitalik is dumping, and much more. Like always, check the timestamps down below, smash the like button, and let's jump in, starting with BlackRock. Coinbase shares soar on a deal to provide crypto services for BlackRock clients. And the implications of something like this are major. BlackRock, the world's biggest asset manager, has formed a partnership with publicly traded crypto exchange Coinbase to make crypto directly available to institutional investors. And when they say make crypto directly available, what does that mean? Is it trading? Is it just custody? Is it both? Well, mutual customers of Coinbase and BlackRock's investment management platform Aladdin will have access to crypto trading, custody, prime brokerage, and reporting capabilities. So it's a little bit of everything, and this will allow those institutional clientele to feel much more comfortable buying and storing Bitcoin and other top cryptos. BlackRock had $8.5 trillion in assets under management as of the second quarter of 2022. They're the largest in the game, while Aladdin had more than 200 institutional users, including insurers, pensions, corporations, asset managers, banks, and official institutions. And this Aladdin connection is really interesting to me because of the exposure it provides to not just institutional investors, but to everybody else. Listen to this about 30-second clip from Bloomberg explaining why. Watch this.
I'm going to have to say what's also interesting is the opportunity provided here from BlackRock, because this partnership, not just with BlackRock, but with a part of BlackRock that's called Aladdin, it gives you exposure not just to big institutional investors. Aladdin works with a lot of wealth management platforms across Wall Street and around the globe. And the reason that's interesting is it potentially exposes you not just to institutional clients, which is a growth area for Coinbase, but more people that can really fly into the more traditional retail business at a time when rivals like Robinhood are under a lot more pressure.
Wow. Let this be a signal to you that while the SEC and the United States are getting their regulatory ducks in a line for cryptocurrency, they're ironing out the language. These major financial institutions are getting their ducks in a row for them and their clients. Just think about, like I said, if in the next 6 to 12 months we get that regulatory green light for at least Bitcoin, maybe Ethereum, but any sort of crypto clarity from those regulators, now the largest asset manager in existence is ready to pull the trigger on buying cryptocurrency whenever the clients say they want to. Big. But Austin, what about altcoins? What's happening that I should know as an investor? Well, again, check the timestamps down below. But first off, big news for VeChain. VeChain onboards Amazon Web Services for blockchain carbon management. And to get specific on contract, this deal exists between vCarbon and Amazon Web Services, the company's cloud computing division, and what Amazon will provide. Amazon will provide technology to scale up operations to a national and continental level to manage carbon emissions for businesses, for countries, for whoever needs it. And this also could help the blockchain developer VeChain comply with carbon emission targets set by China in 2020. So just as a reminder of the use case and all this, I think why VeChain needed this cloud storage, because obviously I think they want to be ready for many, many users on the platform. It was China that established tight carbon emission policies in September 2020 with a 2060 carbon neutrality goal in mind. And this target compelled companies to rethink their carbon footprint strategy and leverage disruptive technology towards this effect. So China is telling every single business in their country that by 2060, you got to be carbon neutral, if not negative. And now VeChain, partnering with AWS, is getting ready to help with that business. And next piece of news for partner of the channel, Seek. Which one of these CertiK audited metaverse projects is your favorite? Well, Seek is coming in hot at number 1 with a score of 95. And if you like security and audited projects, you'll love this. Top metaverse projects with highest trust score audited by CertiK. Seek beating out Everdome, MetaHero, and many others. And just as a reminder on what Seek is, it's a metaverse, the number 1 for virtual concerts, live experiences, including sports, and a 360 VR streaming platform on the blockchain. Boom, here it is. Very peaceful, very beautiful, I would say, but this is just one of the many locations in the metaverse. And something interesting is that Seek metaverse venues are as close to real as possible, yet magical escapes. They are doing their land sale right now, where you can own, host, build, create, earn rewards, one world, unlimited possibilities. And for more information,
Alright. I'm actually gonna flip this over. Oh no! Oh, there he goes again. Alright, now, I was making a video off to the side. I decided to let that stuff play. I'm gonna schedule it, I think. Or make like an instant premiere. Yeah, we'll do it as an instant premiere. Yeah. Oh, I'm so proud of it. It's just it's a nice cover photo. I like the the things that I learned with the text colors. Red, yellow, green, and blue are like the most used colors I see on like different crypto stream things. It's like so consistent. All right, time to get to some games. I'm gonna click on the video too while it's being released. Oh, watch this week on Xbox recap. That Dende from what game does I have to do? What is this Super Saiyan crap? Make sure you guys got some audio.
Launched day one with Game Pass on Xbox Series X and S, PC, and cloud is Turbo Golf Racing, an action-packed arcade-style sports racing game for up to 8 players online. Chip, putt, and smash your ball in a thrilling dash to beat your friends to the finish flag.
Let me tell you right now, you can't prepare for El Sueño.
Also added is Ghost Recon Wildlands, a military shooter set in a giant open world. Take on a menacing cartel solo or with up to 3 friends. Or explore puzzles inspired by real-world electrical engineering in Shenzhen, IO. Build circuits using a variety of components and write code using a powerful assembly language.
Oh, it's this game.
Next, Dragon Ball The Breakers has just opened up digital pre-orders. The asymmetric 7 vs 1 multiplayer game launches October 14th, and you can pre-order to get 2 bonuses for your Survivor avatar.
Playtime mode is the big ring. Go. Playtime mode is the big ring. Go. Playtime mode.
Get ready to hit the court. Pre-orders have opened for NBA 2K23. Launching September 9th, the latest installment from 2K introduces new gameplay options, skill moves, and animations for a more authentic player experience. And looking ahead to F1 Manager 2022, we get a glimpse at how the team recreated authentic Formula One sounds. From the roar of the engine to the real-life team radio. Watch the latest behind-the-scenes episode now to gear up for the game's launch on August 25th. In Despot's game, you control a bunch of humans who find themselves in a strange dungeon controlled by a pretty evil AI. The goal? To get out of there alive, of course. The new roguelike adventure comes to Xbox on September 15th, and you can play it with Game Pass.
In the wasteland, only one thing matters. Pure genetic material. You take all you can and build anything to protect it.
Also recently announced for 2023 is Meet Your Maker, the new first-person building and raiding game set in a dark, post-apocalyptic future. In this dying world, players take on the role of the custodian, the servant to a living experiment created as a last resort to save life on Earth. And a new chapter is coming soon to Dead by Daylight with Resident Evil Project W. This chapter features a new killer and 2 new survivors, plus a reworked Raccoon City Police Department map. Turning to Sea of Thieves, Season 7 is here. Own and name your ships. Outfit them with fittings and souvenirs from your seabound exploits, and work towards milestones to unlock more. Plus, there are new seasonal rewards and ongoing story-driven adventures to enjoy. And in Forza Horizon 5, Forza has teamed up with real-world off-road racing series Extreme E. You're invited to get behind the wheel of the fully electric Extreme E Odyssey 21 E SUV in Forza Horizon 5 and experience 4 weeks of unmissable Extreme E racing action on the festival playlist through August 17th.
Death and destruction sweep across the land.
Next, Naraka Blade Point has an all-new PvE campaign mode. Take on Campaign Mode Showdown in teams of up to 3 players and fend off ferocious enemies.
Okay, I don't know how long that's gonna go, bro. I really jumped in for the Dragon Ball Z thing, and I don't even know if they told me the date. You got any homies on? I might just play some Overwatch first, and then jump into multiverses. The multiverses has kind of been the spin the shoes. Spin the shoes. Let me look at something real quick. You look at that. I'll look at this. 897. Ooh, Drip. Why you hurt him like that? Oh yeah, where am I in this video? Put this in our Discord. I'm like, I like sweats. Do I need gray sweats? I feel like gray sweats are such an odd color of sweats, you know? Like, who really wears gray sweats? Yeah, let's change the Twitch stream title. Okay, I do think to start things off, I was writing some stuff. I'm gonna start off with Overwatch, and then I just got the title for my the hell is my controller dead? Must be. For my multiverse stream, I got the title for it now. Which I think it's good. Oops, damn, messed that up. Yeah, I think that's important. I want to get back to the community some as we start up our multiverses thing, and I don't think there's a way to do a
Sean, I made a chronal accelerator. I'm sure I can do this. To all agents of Overwatch. That's not right.
I could offer
To
people
the
money, maybe.
agents of Overwatch. This is Winston.
Would I get more people that way?
30 years ago, the Omnics declared war.
If I had like a teammate, I would
Nations
definitely do
of the
that. Like,
world.
I could do 2v2s and be like, you know, you win. say something about the arcade. I could try to angle it toward the arcade, like try to get people to understand the arcade. But you earn tickets, you get prizes. I also need to do that research. So let me put that on my list of things to do today. Keep making this list 3 heaviest. Bonus for Y. Social post and a 3D display for it. Yeah, like part of the problem here is that I wanted to like basically start up in October. It'll be like 2 weeks where we have bye weeks. I could write in bye weeks. I like that. Two bye weeks. That's genius. Bye weeks need their own social posts. Do the stats leading up to the first bye week. Players winning multiverses on Start GG. Top multiverses 1v1. Top multiverses 2v2. I need Gods and Chain stuff too. I don't really want to leave Gods and Chain. I still like it. But maybe not super like all the time tournaments, but like a monthly tournament. I feel like for Gods and Chain might actually be good. Maybe that's what the block and chain becomes, and then we do something else for the regional, like our quarterly. Quarterly gets a different name. We got block and chain for the monthly Gods and Chain tournament. It's Hola over there on D Live. So yeah, block and chain will become our monthly Web3 / Gods and Chain tournament. It could be multiple. We could do multiple. That's what I think block or Web3 offers us the opportunity to make more of that major type situation for Web3 esports before somebody else does that too. I feel like right now people just do like solo events, but like having multiple events in one, even if the prize pool isn't that large, might be a great way of like fostering a huge fucking event. So that, and then I'm gonna have the show around it. Yeah, I'm gonna write that down. I like that. Man, I got some really good ideas here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. And then I got the events. Maybe 1 each week, 5 of those. Or however many of those. And then clips. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that covers it. That covers it. And then I have to do, you know, how's your day? How's your Saturday going now? I have to do like a lot of promo around the Dow thing. So October, that first week, second week, third week, fourth week we do I have a break thing. I think this is gonna work out. October, November, by the time we get to December, it'll be like pretty much dead week time, like it's leading into the holidays when we take a break. We're down throughout the holidays. In January, maybe strike back up for, we could take all the way off until summer, but I don't know. Doing this summer, I'm like, if the Infinite is ever around, I don't think it's gonna be around in the summer. Going from the last two as experience, so maybe not summer. Hello. I'm ready to heal. This quiet party. This is where the quiet folks live. Sheesh. What the? Yeah, what? Fam, excuse me? Yeah, I usually start off Moira and Mercy and just rotate through whatever's neat. Oh. Bruh. So annoying. Fuck it, man. I'm just gonna climb her up. Sometimes you gotta get past the waiting for people thing, because people, you play Moira. Well, last time I played with the Moira, she did nothing but damage. Like, okay, that's that situation. You sound dumb talking to me like that. That's like playing like basketball or football or something like that. Last time I played with somebody who was left-handed, they did nothing but miss. It's like, the fuck that got to do with this situation?
Traveling to Volskaya Industries. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Science will reveal the truth.
All better.
I was wondering if you'd sign something for me. It's...
Of course. Here you go. Love, Diva.
Armor. How positively medieval.
I would take that as a compliment, my lady.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A. Get into position. This will heal you.
Move up here.
Get into position.
Tell me how you feel. Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, he who's the wicked.
start your engines.
This will improve your condition. Touch from afar. This will heal you. I require assistance. Surrender to my will.
All better.
Mercy is here. Perhaps a new methodology is required. Allow me to repair the damage. The power of destruction. I am restored. 60 seconds remaining.
Rocket barrage incoming.
Your strength ebbs.
Range of the objective. Form up on it.
See, the objective must be taken.
This will restore you. Strength flows from you. 30 seconds remaining. Our time runs short. We must increase our efforts. Objective A captured. Commence attack on objective B. Surrender to my will. Get into position.
Doctor?
Group up here.
Join with me.
Get back!
My ultimate ability is charging. My will made real. This will heal you. I will unmake you.
Meteor strike.
Surrender to my will. We're acquiring our enemy. 60 seconds remaining.
Till Valhalla.
Enemies in our orbit.
When we there was a flaw in my approach. Get into position. I must reflect upon this. Round one.
Winston reporting.
Score 1-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
No dying on my watch.
Well, I suppose I'll be patching you up, as usual.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
The destruction caused by the enemies here. It reminds me of home. Think you can keep up with me?
Fully. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Buckle down. Get it done. Get in here. Back to the south. Let him out.
they say it sounds cool.
I'm on fire!
Reset, bro. Activate. Get in here.
Flip up here. Faucet Crusaders!
Activating self-destruct sequence. Suiting up.
Someone's looking out for me.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective
Let them out. Reset, bro. Activate.
My ultimate is charged.
You and me.
My turn. My ultimate is almost ready.
Teleportation portal open. We move swiftly.
Reset, bro. Activate.
I have located
Not my time.
reality bends to defeat. Play of the game. Arriving at Shadow Gear. Now arriving at Lijiang Tower. Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
You're healing, baby.
Science will reveal the truth.
Go where your heart compels you.
That people should be free.
What you call freedom is an illusion that causes more harm than good.
Unless you're a nasty ass junk.
5,
Say they will survive them like nasty junkrats will survive their ass off. They'll be bouncing and shit.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Is that one of ours? Oh my god, our tank.
You seemingly evade. Get into position.
I am at the objective. We must take it quickly.
Maybe his friend's kingdom.
This will heal you. My will made real. I have located the enemy. Allow me to repair the damage.
Unstoppable. It's very hot.
We must all make sacrifices in science. I am ready to unleash powerless love. Regenerating the cellular structure.
Oh.
My will. Rains from above. Perhaps a new methodology is required. When he holds the wicked, allow me to repair the damage.
pass this forward. Your power is not. I'm on fire. All evidence supports this claim. I'm restoring. From afar. This will restore you. Surrender to my will. Winning. I'm not dead yet.
First round lost.
Allow me to repair the damage.
Score 0-1.
Yes. Yes.
Try not to get yourselves killed out there. Hello. Hello. Oi.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna type.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Let me get
Hello.
patched up.
Yeah, he's here. Game air.
Your aim a hole.
Enemy double. Barrier. Out of existence.
This will heal you. This will improve your condition.
Alright, so December. Yeah, anybody to put this?
Get into position. With a limb. This is my will. It was only to be expected.
Get over here and heal up.
Your aim a hole. Here's your ship. I cast this spell. I will rebuild you. This will restore you.
Behind you. What? Stop me.
Tell me how this feels.
I'll use my next hog and switch to bridge.
There was a flaw in my approach. Allow me to repair the damage. Nerf this! Decompose. Your strength fades.
Activating the barrier.
Get into position. Surrender to my will. Power grows. This will heal you. Heroes never die. I will rebuild you. My will made real. Get Let me get you patched up.
I'm making it hard to heal you.
Allow me to repair the damage. This will restore you.
Behind you.
Injured again.
What is that noise?
Double the power of destruction. Strike blows. Round 2. I am restored. Double kill. Unsightly. Score 1-1.
I mean, we're split though.
Let me get you patched up.
It's like 3-3.
It's high noon somewhere in the world.
Soon we'll see if the hypotheses are correct. Boy.
Connection ongoing.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Hello.
Right there.
Hello. Enemy contact.
Become powered up. This will heal.
Let's get you back in the community.
The objective
Yeah, kind of maybe after the push.
will serve your purpose. I will unleash.
We're working on it. Nobody else is on point. Somebody else needs to step on point other than the heal, man. Come on. No one else wanted to ever step on point. Yeah, like get the fuck on point.
New beginning. Thinking. This will restore you. Surrender to my will.
But I believe that one would cross my barrier.
Heal me.
You needed a doctor?
I'm restored.
Hello.
This will restore you.
Why am I going brick? Because they have a bunch of characters that are counter. Because I counter a bunch of characters with brick. I'm not throwing. I'm being smart. 3 characters on their team see counters right now.
Heroes never die.
Barrier's about to break.
Let me catch that up.
Clean up your act.
Lucio's on point. Lucio on point. Ball on point. Here's the nuke.
Let me pack her out. This will only hurt for a bit.
It's fine.
better.
Hello.
Goodness no.
Enemies in our orbit.
Fixing you up. Let's get you that outfit.
Here, what are you talking about? Yeah, we can win. Yeah, what are you talking about, bro? We need to clear 2 people.
This is not the end of the world.
Victory. Play of the game.
They asked me why I went brig when they had Sim, Ball, and Winston. I think Diva. I think it was Sim, Ball, Winston. It was maybe the Winston shift from Diva, but it was like first it was Diva to Winston. It was just like no, cause she can wreck them. Like literally would just wreck their entire team right now. Stay alive through the McCree all. Like she counters the vast majority of that team. I can't believe. Wow.
Three, 2, 1, fight. Select your hero.
Time for some mayhem.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Blow it up again.
Meteor strike.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard. Data circuit engaged. Diva. Огонь по готовности. Огонь по готовности. Cease your resistance. وريهم قوتك. Adaptive circuits engaged. Огонь по готовности.
Nerf this!
Adaptive circuits engaged.
Do something! Do something! Do something!
Match complete. Top 5 finish. Play of the game. Double kill. Three, two, one, fight. Select your hero.
Back into the mix.
I'm not trying to just fucking wait and not be queuing. Like, I don't understand what the hell they're doing. So, you know, it'd be fun. Like, it would be, but I'm not trying to do that right now. It's not what I signed up for. Is it? Heck not. Need Diva? Who the fuck says that? Excuse my language. Who says that? Need diva. Like, I have never heard need diva. Oops. I'm trying to buy a team, so. Need diva. I'm gonna keep saying it because it's like weird, bro. Oh, must be the money. Are we really? Hold up, y'all gotta have some face while we look for this. Grassy, high, gold, plat, and then crypto. Right. Oh, it's like a little glitchy, I guess. Say something else. Oh yeah, you sound robotic or something. This part of the interview will be conducted silently. So oh my god, can you kick me? Son of a bitch. Plat plus. I feel like so often that you get teams that just have like you can't like rotate people. This one. So play all heals. Usually start off with Moira and Mercy. Just rotate through what people are calling. I'm a good both Moira and Mercy. I don't know, they're probably around 12,000. Oh my god. Like, are you a good pocket Mercy? That's what they fucking ask. Like, you have to pocket as Mercy. Like, dude, just get the fuck out of here, man. So stupid. Like, oh, you're playing Mercy, you must only pocket, right? Like, where does stupidity come from, dude? Like, that's one strategy in an entire game. They'd be like playing chess and you master, like, you figure out one pattern. You're like, I'm gonna use that strategy every time I play. Nothing but that one strategy if I play this one. Like, you know how dumb that is?
Welcome to Blizzard World. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Oh, no, this is a problem. It's like I wanted to try to do a 50 ball, or a 50 ball, we call those 20 balls healing with BAP. Maybe this is not working on my Ana healing.
Never stop fighting for what you believe in.
She needs the time. People are gonna keep itchy about it. Itchy, yeah. Why do they keep crying? You know, Diva could release all the balloons at once. Okay, I think the trick to Ana is don't pull the trigger too quickly. You want to pull that trigger, but you don't want to pull that trigger too quickly.
Right on.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here I can see my team on both sides.
Defend objective A. I'm coming.
Worth a shot.
Don't worry, my friend. Enemies back for more.
Dante Mutlin.
Watching your back. This will only hurt for a minute. Name me.
Get in here!
Get back in
my time. Some healing! Get inside!
The pain. Nano boost is charging.
Understood.
This is going to work.
We're trying to get you down. Watch it.
You're powered up. Get in there. You're going to be okay. Reality falls to my whim.
Let them out.
This will help. You're covered.
Ready to initiate self-destruct sequence.
Taking damage. I have your back. Heal up. We're going to live. Go. I'll keep you here. I will keep you here. You're powered up. Get in there.
I am unstoppable.
My team still needs me.
Objective.
I'll let you put in work.
Stop the payload.
Just a scratch, you'll be fine. Lights out. The pain. التكرار يعلم الشطار. Watching your back. Get me. Go. I give you
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
touchdown. You're powered up. Get in there.
Get out of my way.
I will keep you here. You're going to be okay.
Not as good as you.
Take your money.
I'll show them.
Name.
My ultimate is charging.
This is going to hurt. You're powered out. Get in there.
Let them up.
You're covered. Fire. Keep out of my way.
Mecha activated. I'm ready to initiate self-destruct sequence.
أنا هاخد بالي منك. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Activating self-destruct sequence. Firing up.
Take your money.
30 seconds remaining.
Let them up.
The pain.
Get inside.
That is double, triple kill.
Can't put it on. Sleep. Yo.
Score 0 to 2.
She slapped me, but I got everybody on her team. Triple kill.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Alright, I forget how many it is. This is part of Summer League, folks. Where now, I guess it's just about the summer vibe. I should make like a new background. Maybe I'll make like an ice cold one for summer or something like that. Different type of theme. I wanted to, it was really about testing myself and seeing if I can make something like this for the summer. But now I kind of want to do like a, maybe like a slushy or something.
There's nothing I haven't seen before. Stick together. We will complete.
Maybe I should just start working on my Halloween thing.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Confirm. A lovely day for field research. Observe the barrier.
Here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Enemy turret ahead. Turret destroyed.
Keep out of my way.
Experiment is ready. Time for a graffiti flux. Payload moves in accordance. Barrier out. Barrier is destroyed. Enemy turret.
Get back in the fight.
What is that melody? Let them up.
You're powered up. Get in there. Watching your back.
Thank you.
Taking down.
From where? What?
Ned. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
I've got you in my sights.
Well, we hope to win it.
We need to take that back.
Take your medicine. Lock it off.
Thank you. Payload moves in accordance. Barrier is out of existence.
Die either.
Ultimate is
Go to sleep. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Payload is approaching its destination.
You got it.
all better.
Thanks. I'm going to live. My ultimate is there.
Activating the barrier.
You're powered up. Get in there. Огонь! Вы готовы? I'm tired.
Let them up.
Get in there, bro.
Victory.
Listen to me, Slavin.
Play of the game.
One second, I got this interesting idea. I'm like, what about if I made a fucking cornfield background or something like that for Halloween? Wouldn't that be kind of dope? Interesting. I've done this technique before. I don't know how to animate them though. I kind of want it to be like animated. I was gonna do corn stalks. I guess there could be like no wind whatsoever, and they don't move. They're just standing there. My drip animal farm video is doing well. He's got 11 at least. I don't know if he's got likes.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Oof, I had to watch this video real quick. I thought I spent like a whole bunch of the time on drip.
Never
another round
stop fighting for what you believe.
Get her in while I can get her in, you know? The homies always just, they come on and they're like, yeah, can y'all follow me? Yeah, sorry, I have to like use other stuff to see the G live chat right now because it's just acting up for me. But yeah, I can give you a follow. I'll have the website right now is just being weird for me. Like, so that's the only thing stopping me from doing it like right now. Bruh. Yeah, I'm not able to. Yeah, Bap, try not being in the front line then. I wouldn't just spam I need healing. Don't be in the front line.
Get in. Watching your back. The pain is coming.
The payload has reached your chamber.
Get back, man. Walk it off. You're powered up. Get in there. What? Old soldiers are hard to kill. It's just a scratch, you'll be fine.
It's happening.
I have your back.
What the fuck just killed me? Really? Guess my health was that low. Wow, I did not know it was that low.
My team still needs me.
I wonder if BAP is throwing for him to have less healing than me right now. I feel like I'm doing horrible.
It's just a scratch. You'll be fine. You're powered up. Get in there. This is going to hurt. I see. You're going to live.
Wow, what overkill.
This will heal you. I wasn't cut out for retirement anyways. Science will reveal the truth. This will improve your condition. Allow me to repair the damage. Allow me. When we go for
Let them up.
double story. Double triple. My will made real.
Move up with me.
I will rebuild you. I am ready to unleash coalition. This will heal you. Surrender to my will.
Let them up.
Get in there, Bob. Destruction. This will 60 seconds remaining. Gone.
You no longer exist.
I'm not dead yet. Get into position. Touch from afar. Didn't it again.
30 seconds remaining.
Our inevitable victory. That means. Reaction ago. Preparing the damage.
10 seconds remaining.
They're inevitable defeat. Surrender to my will.
Score 0-2. Switching sides.
Spam need healing.
Prepare
Hasn't had
to
gold
attack.
heal since 1,500.
Select your hero.
Let's go to this view. Switch up the views. Switch switch up the volume. Yeah, I'll keep like refreshing my D Live to see if it'll give me more, but like I can't like see my lemon balance. Like it just looks kind of. Yeah, I can't see chat. I have to use other applications to see. It's a good thing that I have the chat link for multiple things. Maybe they're pushing that update to finally have BTT staking. Otherwise, like I'm about to move my BTT, bro.
Attack commences in 30
I've been really,
seconds.
you know, we want it here. We want it here. Support the platform. I like the idea of it supporting the platform and being like that base layer for other mechanisms of the platform. But if they don't have anything for it, maybe they're trying to like come up with like a token or something. I don't know, but if they don't have anything for it, oh my boy. They don't have anything for it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences. Escort the payload.
My systems are repaired.
Привет.
Two more of them need to leave. That's why I switched this in. I'm like, I'm not gonna get a lot of heal. It's gonna ruin my stats.
Enemy contact.
Get in here! There is disquiet. You must learn from your mistakes.
On the way.
Enemies here.
I think he's on top of the plane.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
The payload moves.
Make our BAP just ruined his stats with this game.
No. No. Greetings.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Let them out.
Moving the payload. Backup requested.
Victory.
Boy's in something else. You got that strong on.
Play of the game.
You all look like you needed some healing.
Triple kill.
Almost time.
Traveling to Eichenwald. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Like breakthrough.
Never stop fighting for what you believe in.
5, 4, 3,
Oh yeah, my honestly needs a lot of work.
Attack commencing. Capture objective
work.
A.
Use your heads out there. We get through this. Get through it. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine. I will keep you healed. What limit? Go. I will give you.
You needed a doctor?
Bruh.
Watching your back. Just a scratch. You'll be fine. You're powered up. Get in there. Resistance.
McCree coming up behind.
وريهم قوتك. Onwards to victory. لسه في ناس لازم احميهم.
We got one eliminator now.
Pass this forward. Damage was Get into position. Allow me. This is not your time. From afar.
Greetings.
Perhaps a new methodology is required.
60 seconds remaining.
This will heal you. I'm restoring you. Tell me how this.
30 seconds remaining.
That changes my thinking. This will restore you. I will rebuild you. Not yet. Get into position. Surrender to my will. Wedding. I'm not dead yet. Round one.
Score 0-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Come on, let's bring it together.
I'm overloading!
Thank you, Epic Video. It seems that you are growing from your original programming as well. For optimal chance of survival, stay in range of my barriers.
Let's shoot for a new high score.
Nothing's gonna stop.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Ha. Let's get you healed up. You feel that? Audio medic. Oh, turn it up. Raising the volume. Oh, this is my jam.
This will only hurt.
I'm overloading!
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
Oh, turn it up. Oh, let's break it. Dang!
Maximum power!
You feel that?
I'm overloading!
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Team up for special attack.
Onwards to victory.
Oh, time to accelerate.
60 seconds remaining.
You feel that? That's not right.
Stay out of my way! I'm in the zone!
What are you doing?
Yeah, let's move it, people. Check this out.
Exceeding expected combat values. Recording performance for
30
future
seconds remaining.
Yeah, time to heal up. See through.
Play of the game.
Yeah, he said it was bullying. Is that also bullying? Because I feel like they did that much worse.
Now entering the temple. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
No dying on my watch.
Why am I being subjected to this agony?
No need to thank me, I only saved your life.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Statistically speaking, I usually get most of my team back alive, but who's counting?
The true struggle is for the superiority of ideas.
You're fully healed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Forward, my friends!
You all look like you needed some healing.
Join me.
Understood. Get in here.
Objective A captured. Commence attack objective B.
All better. Let them up.
Allow me to repair the damage.
I will prove myself.
My ultimate is ready.
This will heal you.
Come over here! That should be better.
The objective is mine! Join me if you will! See.
Not ready.
Rally to me!
Score 2-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
You feel that?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Healing boost! Let's get you healed up.
Consume you!
Oh, let's break it! Damn!
Heroes never die.
Double kill. Triple.
It's gonna make you feel better. Patched up. I feel great.
Огонь по готовности!
Oh, gotta accelerate.
My ultimate is charging.
the volume.
Objective lost. New defense point. Objective B.
Check this out. This is gonna make you feel better.
Activating self-destruct sequence. Heroes never die.
Lift the dragon, confront you. Oh, let's break it.
Огонь по готовности! Get into position.
Damn. Yeah, time to heal up. Push off. That's more like it. Let's up the tempo.
I'm on fire!
Push off. Let's get you here.
60 seconds remaining.
Oh, let's break it. Damn! Move to the beat. Oh, turn it up. Surrender to my race.
Setting out the welcome map!
Time for an encore.
Setting out the welcome map!
You should set double. Double.
Hello!
Victory.
Much obliged.
They're really about to let me do all that.
Play of the game.
anything. 30%. I was kind of doing my thing. That Lucio was actually like really mad aggressive, kind of like my May the other day. Oh my goodness, I got to play some May. My May was actually a bully. Let me see if I can't give May in for this one DPS game.
Welcome to Rialto. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I'm DPS, bitch.
Our world is
Tom
worth
Brady
fighting for.
out here because May is Tom Brady, and you know, when I play Halo, I'm Tom Nady. Just keep getting headshots, turn around, doing 180s. Yeah, just freak that beat.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commences. Escort the
way.
Oh, they had a lot of stuff in their backline. Okay.
I have to get back in the fight.
Do you still have any? What's other heal?
Not in the box. Moving the payload. Backup requested. Ice wall coming up. You stab me. Here I come.
Yeah.
This was stuck. I have to get back in the fight. I'm ready to start a blizzard. 不洗澡。
Oh my god.
I've got you in my sights.
Everyone is counting on me.
Everything can be hacked, and everyone.
Reinhardt at your service.
Have my thanks.
Walking off.
Looking for me?
Let's up the tempo.
No
Lucio coming
manches.
at you.
60 seconds
Hello,
remaining.
sir. In a row.
¿Qué tal? Amateur hour.
Help me.
Yaki parambasta de caje.
30 seconds remaining.
Ahorita regreso. Translocating. Payload's on its way. Looking for me?
as because tanks weren't moving up. Like, you don't move up, you don't take space and stuff, and you can't possibly win. Just not counting that game. That was 4. It just didn't count it because the situation. Okay. Not entirely mad at them.
Welcome to Hollywood. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Together, we are strong.
Hello,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Your best shot. I'm under attack. ultimate is charged.
Practice makes objective lost. Stop the payload.
Get in there. Ready for battle.
Огонь по готовности!
This is not good.
No one can hide from my
Iris.
I am still in the fight. We need to fall. Век живи, век учись.
Heal up.
The payload has reached the checkpoint. Give me your best shot.
No one can hide.
Nanoboot is ready to deploy. Is that all you've got? Go! I know you can do better than that. Огонь по готовности!
So long to get any more healing.
Thank you. شكرا. متشكر. This fight is not over. Get in there. No one can hide. That all we've got. Payload is approaching its destination. Fire zombies. Get ready for battle. My will is on the road down one. Score 0-3. Switching sides. Prepare to attack. Select your hero. Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Justice. I live for a good fight.
Keep the skies clear.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A. Use your heads out there. You get through this.
Let's get you back in the fight. Heroes never die. Helden sterben. Why do you struggle? Dein Schutzengel ist da.
I will not give up.
I just went home.
The objective. Form operator.
Systems smashed. This is not the time. Taking
Much better.
Meteor strike.
Hello there.
Nanoboost is ready.
Still kicking.
Nanoboost administered.
Heroes never die.
Come on, dude.
Yahi parambasta viktahe.
Group up with me.
Back and ready for more.
Let's get you back in the fight.
Like, shoot at them.
Meta activated.
I will not give up the
Enemy
fight.
re-engaging.
My ultimate is charging.
Valkyrie is ready.
Heroes never die.
God, just fucking handle them. Jesus Christ.
Yahi parambasta viktahe. This is not your time.
Get over here and drink up.
My ultimate is ready.
60 seconds remaining.
Barrier activated.
Please, for the love of God, man.
I love the smell of charcoal.
30 seconds remaining.
Stand kickings.
Get a kill.
Coming at you.
My ultimate ability is charged.
There's nobody else to kill her.
Defeat.
Nobody could kill her. Like, as you said, they didn't even have a damn. This is the thing. They didn't even have a shield. I hate when people are fucking playing DPS and you can't get a kill in the easy situations. Like, what are you doing? Literally, what are you doing? They're just shooting at your shield, uncontested. What could you be doing? Like, do I even want to play another one? I don't know that I do. I don't know that I do. I don't know that I do. That was like so bad. Well, it wasn't fun for me. Was it fun for you? It wasn't fun for me. Yeah, I might call it. I might call it. Versus. He sent me Versus 16 hours ago, did he? I might call it. It's like that or Apex, and I don't really like Apex. If I didn't do that, I would go into learn design mode or make a design that you know mode. Which I want to do. I'm also just not at all motivated to do it just because I'm like, Yep. And how to decide. Okay, I'm going to look at the what? Oh, okay. Is that a Discord message? Do I play multiverses next? Going to the home screen, going to browse myself around and see what we find. Let's see what we find. Is this out now? It is. Wow. Turbo Golf Racing. What other reviews on this? Can we see some reviews? I don't know, man. I don't know. I need to probably play that at some point. It wasn't bad. It was just so linear feeling that I was like, whoa, this is... See, it's a saying explore open worlds, and it has that in it. Really. The part that I was at was not open world at all, and I was like, yeah, I don't know about this, bruh. Can't do anything. It's very linear. Oh, the only reason I stopped playing it, honestly. What do I have in my games? Whoa. Let's see all. I got For Honor downloaded. Is it downloaded finally? It is. Okay, it's downloaded. Overwatch, beta, Fall Guys, and Multiverses. These are so small. Like, not even noticeable. Road Company is also really small. Overwatch not looking that big when you compare it to Apex. Like, huge. Jeebus. I just kind of want like a good like sports game or something, man. Good sports game and some food. That's what I could go for right about now. I'm gonna look for both of those. Maybe not the sports game actually. I don't know about the sports game. I'm literally just looking for some type of food. Like I could go to the simple, simple things like pizza. Such a simple choice. Bro, why does it keep doing this? Like if I go to a certain thing, it just like pops out. Let me go to my desk real quick. It's small screen one looking. It's not as aesthetically pleasing. Dude, that chili cheese dog was actually kind of balmy last time. Actually kind of balmy last time. He wasn't upset. Actually enjoyed the thing. Always enjoy chicken strips, but should I do that this time? This time me. Do I really get one that's farther away? Hold up. What? That's what I was thinking. And Zine. Another basket with none. Heath Blizzard. Snickers. What would a Snickers Blizzard be like? I don't know. Experiment more. Reese's Peanut Butter. Why do they keep getting all weird with these Reese's with caramel and I don't know, what was it? Pretzels? I feel like I don't know that I like the caramel and pretzels and ice cream like that. Babe said she liked hers last time she had something like that. I'm like, yeah. I don't know that I'm for that. I don't know that I'm about that life. I'm literally looking for the exact same thing with no. Yeah. Do I need it to be bigger? Potentially. Potentially. Okay, what is this coming out to so far? Like they really just don't have like there's like no ketchup in this place. I guess I have ketchup here now though. I don't need it. Okay, so that's what that comes out to. Now I have to do the comparison, right? You gotta do the comparison of okay, and if you were to get a pizza, because I'm gonna pay like $5 more on top of that. If I were to get a pizza, how much would I end up paying right now? A new pizza needs to not have that damn sauce or whatever the hell on it. So, could I actually get these two? That would be the only thing that I like more. Oh, but then you gotta add stuff to this. Yeah, so it's already like that's $18. That's $4 more. Is that far off? I don't think that it is, honestly. Man, Special. Sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I know I'm being boring. So I could either get the New York or I could get 2 different medium pizzas. Wow. That's kind of crazy. They're saying the New York style is the same cost as 2 medium pizzas. Really? Hmm. Now, dude, I'll bite. I want to see what this puts the price at. Okay, that pushes that to $14 above this other one before tip. I did also add in a much bigger drink. So let's say if I put the drink over here, that would be like, I don't know, 3 more bucks, 27. It'd be like an $11 difference. Woo! Where did that get up to there? How? It's really just 2 pizzas. How is it that much? Delivery. I mean, this delivery fee is killing it. $7. Jeebus, man. Let me check out the other. These people. They're stupid fees. Then I get no dessert. You know, I may have no dessert. Man, it's pizza or chicken. Man, this is a tough one. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm at a crossroads. I love both of them. They're both great for me. See if there's any other games I had here. I'm abusing or something. Smite. Let me see if I can download Smite. Let's see how long big this download is. My cousin plays it all the time. I'd really like to play with him sometime. Grand Theft Auto. Halo Infinite. It just like doesn't even look like a Halo game. So that plus 6. 43 if I were to get all that. That's 43 bucks. Just those 2. That seems insane. Like, prices are ridiculous for shit. This like just seems crazy, man. I might just order myself from Pizza Party then instead of that. So what do you He's on for like Sunday content. Creation hour. Yeah, I'm gonna get the pizza party for myself then. I get a $10 discount because I ordered so dang much. And it's gonna be about the same amount as money as if I had I'll go back. I did not want Pepsi. About the same amount as if I had just gotten like from this other restaurant. What's how much I want it. So I want it like you know, not to like eat now, but then like I'm gonna be snacking on it for a while. It's like what I'm thinking. I'm gonna be snacking on this. It's a little expensive. That's a little high. How about not almost a $10 tip? That sounds crazy to me, bro. Excuse me. Yeah, $2 difference from the other thing I was gonna get. Oh, it's ready to start, but it's not done. He not on it, is he? I don't want him to see me whenever I practice it. Jurassic World Evolution. He would. Yeah, my friends will say, you don't play. I don't play enough of my games from Game Pass. I did was fun. Games are like, this is good, 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 good. What's good, good. I mean, I like the sports games, so but all of them good. Apex, honestly, the Assassin's Creeds, I didn't get to play Odyssey. Origins is starting really slow feeling for me and stuff. It's really slow. The missions, it's a little, ugh. I don't know how I felt about it.
It was said the brace.
Heard Odyssey's supposed to be good though. Do I even keep streaming right now, or do I just want to like put it down and do the design stuff while I wait for the food? I might just do that. I might do the design stuff while I wait for the food. So I think I'm gonna roll it out. Folks. Thanks for joining me. If you did, if you didn't, yeah, see you in the next one. Does that make sense? Whatever.